They won't ever find you
Hold on,
guys.
let me just
We're
do
gonna be-
something.
We're feeding
Not
you to
They will
recorded,
never
bro.
find
We're gonna
you.
make
It's
course.
over.
They will
It's
never
already
find
over.
you. They will
Dude,
never find
we've been
you.
waiting for a good 10 minutes. This was
Max.
supposed to start
I'm
10 minutes
sorry.
ago.
I have a mother in the U.S. that I had to
15
call.
minutes.
Max, you've spent the last
Yes.
month saying, "Man, I really hope this comes sooner, man. I really want to roleplay right now, and the day of you
Oh
show up."
my God. Oh my God. God forbid. God forbid. I love my mom. I hate you.
Can
I
you
hate you with this secret treasure I
always
summon.
be on the chat?
You were on
saying
Roblox
hello,
for like
wait a
5
second.
hours.
Yeah,
I
According to your
wasn't.
own
I
stats.
wasn't
the
at the
entire
current point in time. I hate you all.
So
You should have had
this
all
is the
sooner.
cold open, by the way.
Are you
I
recording?
hate you all.
Yes, I just
hate you all.
started.
I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all. I
hi
hate you
people.
all. I hate
Yeah,
you all.
hi people on YouTube. Hi people on YouTube. I just wanted you to know that this session of Unreal started late because of Roblox boy here. Who's too busy
Oh
playing
my
Roblox
God. God
to
forbid.
commit to anything.
You, yeah, I'm putting you guys down. I'm putting you guys down on my nose when I commit.
Yeah, we're
Alright,
flaming
Pyrrhon,
you in
kill
front of
his
all
label
30 of
character.
our viewers.
Alright, Pyrrhon, this is I'm just gonna be like a Roman emperor, and I'm just like slowly gonna do the thumbs down. Pyrrhon, kill his character now. Just kill Max's character.
Sorry,
now.
man. We're feeding you to fungus. That's it. I don't know how it's going.
A mushroom.
Yo. I play Roblox once, and this is my legacy. I hate all of you. I wish all of you the worst.
Yeah. Fucking do
At
it, man.
least add us in the thread that you would be a bit busy. None
I
of this
didn't
would
know
happen.
I would. I didn't know I would.
You knew when
This has
you
been
saw the
scheduled
tag
for
and
almost
saw
a
that you were
month,
late.
and this time was scheduled like for almost a week.
Listen to me. Just listen to me. I had to take a call before I entered, and the call dragged.
At the very
Yeah,
least, make
sure
an
thing,
ad.
Roblox boy.
Overmuted them.
You could
You
have
had
told
a
us
duty,
in the
man.
thread.
Yeah, as
Like, none of
was
this would have
in
happened.
as soon
a
as the
call.
call started, you could have been like, "Hey, I might be a few minutes late. Got a call."
Enough.
Yeah.
God hath spoken. Enough.
All right, we will mute yourself. Just this is now officially session begin. Mute yourself if you're not playing. Let Pyrrhon just listen to Pyrrhon.
I'm assuming everybody remembers all the rules from session 0. The only thing I want to remind everyone is if you are not playing, please mute yourself. Gas, I'm looking at you. I know you just said no, I don't. All right. Do we have everyone here? We do, yes. Okay, everyone's here. All right. One moment. All right. Can we get a little roll call just to make sure mics and everything are working?
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you.
I'm here.
All right, you sound good.
Jesus.
You cut off a bit there, don't it? At least on my end, you did.
And all right, 1, 2, 3. Donut, can I hear you again?
Hello.
Sweet. Okay. All right. It has been 2 weeks and 6 days since you all met in the trial chamber, or in the quest chamber. During that time, you've had as much time as you want to prepare, gather equipment, learn as much as you can about fungus, what it might possibly be able to do, its capabilities, where exactly it is. And it is on this day that at about 9 in the morning, one of you in your personal chambers is visited. It will be Helking.
Yes.
Please describe what you are doing on this morning.
Give me 1 second.
Yep.
Malcolm is currently in his private bathroom looking at the scars on his chest. This is a usual routine for him since losing his family. As he finishes up, he holds some water in the palm of his hand before activating his negation, freezing it along with cooling and freezing the air around the skin on his left arm. Compared to when he first gained this ability, his control has gone up considerably, but he still has moments where he can't handle the amount of ice that generates from his ability.
And you're just doing this to train? Or is this part of your morning routine?
It's a little bit of both. It's a part of the morning routine just to remember why he's doing it, but at the same time, Dawn had suggested that he do this to help fine-tune his control.
All right.
When he's finished with that, he would get redressed and grab his rifle, planning to go to the hunting range if no information has come up about UMA Fungus.
It is at this moment that you hear a perfectly repeated 5-beat knock on your door, in perfectly measured intervals.
Enter.
Do you command them to enter? Is the door unlocked?
The door is unlocked. He's
Uh,
been waiting for a moment like this for the past 2 weeks, wondering if he'll get the information, since he does want to have a good idea of what he's hunting. If that makes sense.
uh, the person who opens your door and steps in, is someone you've sort of met and sort of not. Uh, they are an entirely digital construct taking the form of the butler that you know serves the Donovan family with a encased entirely uh in aluminum and steel parts and with the number 46 uh emblazoned on both shoulders in red. Um you're not exactly sure how many of these there are, but they live and work all over the complex. Um and you're not exactly uh, there are rumors about how they get around, but you're certain you've seen something like them swapping with the original or allowing him to move around fast, something to do with that. Uh, The exact abilities of how they work are a little esoteric and not shared with the rest of you. But you know that whether or not they are controlled by him or some form of AI, they can be trusted, mostly just to deliver information and equipment and anything that a standard employee would not be allowed to handle or would be too sensitive. They're also about 3 tons in weight. They're extremely heavy, so you can see your flooring and carpet sort of start to dent in as he steps into your room. And he says to you, Malcom, Malcom, please come to the quest chamber. It is time, Malcom. Almost as if your name has been sort of slotted into a pre-typed, auto-generated sentence. Very stiff little
Understood.
bow and starts clomping out of the room and down the hall.
Malcolm would grab a hold of his rifle and start making his way to the quest chamber.
Is there anything you would grab or do on the way there?
Has the R&D team finished up the high-powered bullets, rifle bullets that he's asked
Yes,
of?
your custom ammunition is here. Um, you have uh enough to fill your pockets, but not enough to if you had like ammunition belts or something, that would be quite a bit more. Um, I'm gonna call it at maybe 20 of these uh, tailored rifle rounds. You can definitely get as many normal ones as you need. You're not going to be limited on ammunition.
Gotcha. After making sure he has all of the ammo and the new specialized scope on his rifle, he'd make his way down.
All right. On your way to uh, on your way to the quest chamber, you will bump into one of your teammates for this mission. Nyne seems to just be patrolling the hall. You're not sure exactly where he's going, but it's not the direction you were walking in. Nyne, what are you doing on this fine morning?
Um, well, after basically getting himself ready, putting on a fresh pair of clothes, and well, staring into his automated existence, he He simply takes his morning stroll and makes his way around as he normally does, taking in every little mundane thing he can make note of and enjoying every little bit of it, appreciating the life he has.
Have you discovered anything new about human nature in the past couple weeks since the quest ceremony?
In the past couple of weeks, Nyne has uh, come to understood the broader nature of humans. They tend to distract themselves with many different things. Um, Different sorts of media. Um, they take in fictional stories, maybe video or literature, or even so-called video games. He finds humans to be strange, yet appealing. They're not all very strong, not all, well, most of them aren't all too smart, but they're content with their simple existence. And he finds some sort of idle jealousy about it. He wishes he could be like them, but he thinks it's charming all the same.
Uh, Someone uh speaks to you, someone who is uh you wouldn't consider them like yourself, but they're also not like the humans. It's this one of many um butler bots. They are, you know, considerably less enthusiastic about life. You could hardly even say they have a personality. Um, but it is rather odd to see them collecting both yourself and Malcolm in this hallway for a quest chamber. And your first thought is, why aren't we using the comms today?
As he counted one of the butler bots, as he said, he began thinking, why? Normally, we would have a transmission of sorts with regard to information. Why meet us in person? Maybe, maybe there's something wrong. Maybe there's, or maybe there's something changing. All the
Uh,
same, he
if you'd like, uh, to possibly figure something out more, optionally you could give me a brains check to see what you know about the comm system.
let's try. Okay, which die was that? Give me 1 sec.
This is a reminder for everyone to make sure that they have
8.
their stats up.
There we go. Which chat am I doing it? I'm doing it here.
In the voice chat.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, oh. Ah, there.
Okay. On a DC 10, uh, you attempt to run some sort of diagnostic. Your comms device is rather conveniently installed into your system. So normally you'd have direct access to it. It does not seem to be responding, but unfortunately, you're not sure why. As this is your first failure roll, please grant yourself one adversity token, and I will remind everyone to please keep track of their adversity tokens so you can have access to them later. The butler bot responds to you with, it's unfortunately constrained language. It can't explain things on the fly, and just says, "You and Malcom to the quest chamber, please." And it continues moving, and there you see Malcom behind him.
Oh, Nyne.
Designation Malcolm. Hi. Strange today, huh? I guess we're going to the rest room, I believe.
That's what the bot said. Most likely it's to do with eliminating fungus.
Aye, right. I guess that's today. Onward, shall we?
Hopefully we have enough information to ensure that we have little to no casualties.
I hope so as well.
How's your body treating
And
you?
as you... Oh, please continue.
My body? I am perfectly A-OK, or as you humans would say, the pink of health.
Glad to hear. I feel like you're going to be a cornerstone of this quest, mostly because what was it? You're inorganic mostly?
That's correct. I am an artifact. So I have 100% certainty most fungi cannot grow in any of my hardware.
That'll be important to keep an eye on, though. And hopefully we can get this wrapped up. I'm not a big fan of mushrooms.
Oh, are you allergic?
My old man was.
Oh, I see. So allergies are not hereditary. Good to know.
For the most part, they can be, but I haven't done most of it. Now, let's get
Oh,
going.
onward.
As you make your way to the quest chamber, uh, we will see what one other person is doing with their morning. Yaruki. Hello. Yes.
Yaruki's just waking up, and part of his morning routine is cleaning his katana off. And he just sits in his room in silence while he does that.
So, you're about midway through your cleaning routine, and it's about 9:40 when you hear a knock on your door, and a muffled robotic voice through your door says, "Yaruki, Yaruki, to the quest chamber, please." He knocks again. "Yaruki."
After I finish cleaning my I mean, after Yaruki finishes cleaning his katana, he
Do you join him to head to the trial to the quest chamber?
yes.
All right. We'll get back to you in a moment. Also on this fine morning, we find the where are you? We find the fourth ranking member of the union, one Rutley Robles. What is he doing this fine morning?
Well, in this morning, after waking up and having breakfast, the first thing he does is trying to prepare his gear, knowing that anytime he may be called to the quest for fungus.
What would you say you're in the mess hall for breakfast?
Mm, I'd say I already had breakfast and I'm in my room during uh, taking care of my equipment.
All right.
I Well, I'd also like to remark that yesterday, Rutley went to visit his sister, who is his only living relative, since he does know that quests are dangerous and one does never know when it may be the last one.
Understood. So, when you returned, you made sure you had all the equipment necessary for when you'd be able to go on the neutralization mission. And it is at only a few minutes later after you get back from breakfast that you hear um a not a knock but a stumble and a crash outside your room, and a muffled voice that says error error assistance required.
Who's there? I scream at the sound of the noise I heard.
It just responds back, error support technician incoming.
Hearing that voice, I get close to the door and try to open it to see what's going on out there.
Sort of collapsed on the ground is one of these butler bots. This one is labeled 22 on both its shoulders. And it seems part of its knee joint has burnt out and it is just completely unable to stand. One foot is planted on the ground, the other is splayed out in the wrong direction, sort of leaving it on its back, bent at an awkward angle, and it's sort of forcing movement into the broken knee, which is not responding below the knee. Um, and it does not refer to you. It simply keeps repeating the same two phrases. And it's at about this time that uh, one of the many lab technicians, um, in a white cloak, uh, sort of frizzled gray hair, or white lab coat, frizzled gray hair, um, a visor, or completely covering the eyes, um, with a green light sort of crossing one way across the visor and then the other way across the visor. It's sort of inset into the head, almost as if it's replacing the eyes. Um, uh, he steps down around one of the stone staircases that leads up to other floors in the chamber, or in the complex, um, and leans down to the robot and says, "This one's probably going to need to be retired for good. We've had these around so long, no one really knows how to fix them. It was supposed to just ask you, well, it's time for your neutralization of fungus mission. Not really sure about the details. Just be sure to head to the quest chamber as soon as you're ready." Yep. And then he sort of puts his whole back into lifting this thing, and it is shocking. Uh, he's not like an out of shape individual, but for someone who looks to be above the age of 80, he is lifting far more than even you could. You can tell based on the impact that the butler bots have when they walk that they are heavy, heavy constructs. Um, he's not a well-built individual, but he lifts this what has to be multi-ton, uh, dense steel robot almost above his shoulders and starts carrying it up a flight of stairs.
Well, that was weird. Anyways, I need to get ready for the quest. So I enter my room, I go get my stuff, especially my knife, which is the only weapon he uses, and start heading towards the quest room.
And as you arrive, uh, traversing the winding halls of the Union headquarters, you arrive from the north side of the quest chamber and find sitting at their designated seats the rest of your team for this mission. Uh, Yaruki, Nyne, Malcom, and Rutley you all see each other for the first time this morning. Um, and instead of someone waiting to introduce you, um, sort of to the parameters of the mission, there's a post-it note just sort of stuck to the table, um, with like 5 additional post-it notes stuck to the bottom, as someone seemed to have been writing a note that just got longer and longer, and they really just should have left a piece of paper, but they didn't realize they were going to need more than one post-it note. And it describes how, um, during the night there was some sort of cyber attack. um, Comms are down, support is down. um, they're not going to be able to manage long distance communications for the next day or so, which is unfortunate because they have recently found the location of the exact location that they assume Fungus to be hiding. That being a small town south of Osaka, in the Wakayama region or district region. I forget what they're called. And and also stuck to the post-it notes are 4 plane tickets um, from Hong Kong to Osaka, and instructions um, uh, for a Jeep pickup spot, and that is all.
Well,
Like
this
no
is
one is
just
around to give more further details. Unfortunately,
this is a pile of bullshit. How does somebody cyber attack the fucking union?
Uh, that's a bit unfortunate. I think everything's completely fine with me though. I don't feel any different, and I could run a diagnostics check and see if anything happened. But all in all, I feel fine. So it probably just was the union on a whole.
uh, Nyne, you can definitely feel that your internal systems are spick and span. No one has you're not even sure what it would mean if someone was able to access your uh, internal mechanisms. Uh, you are, as far as you can tell, untouched. No one has hacked you. You feel fine.
I'm not well versed in terms of technology, but this means we won't be able to use these talking thingies to communicate between each other if we somehow get separated during the quest, doesn't it?
Seems like it.
Well,
That,
it's
that,
unfortunate that he said.
that's
Okay, I'm gonna be out of character for this, but I could barely hear you for that one, Max.
sorry, my bad.
I agree. Would you be able to possibly, I don't know, maybe speak into the mic a little bit?
I'm pretty sure I am. Hold on, give me one second.
It sounds like something's rubbing up against your mic.
We all need to invest in pop filters. Yeah, you're fine. We can hear you.
Is this better?
Yes. There is still interference, but I can
All
hear
right,
your voice a lot clearer.
that's good. All right,
Um,
cool. I guess I gotta fix my microphone.
has R&D completed the masks to make sure that no like uh spores can get into our eyes, mouths, or any of that?
Yes, you have been equipped with they appear to be standard not surgical masks, the round kind with the rubber uh bits that go behind your ears and the nose clamp. They're not
Oh,
particularly special looking. Um but this does seem to be an area where there really is little room for improvement. It's, there masks can't really get any more high tech than they already are.
Well,
But
if
they
there's
they were dropped off to your rooms days ago at this point, since they were requested.
well, as long as mm, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Let's just get to the airport and get to Osaka. Hopefully, we can kill fungus by the time that the systems are up again.
Onward.
Let's
Is
go.
everyone in agreement?
I am.
Donut.
Affirmative.
Aye, aye.
And Donut, are you going to be a little bit busy for a bit?
No, I'm fine. My mom took my niece away.
Okay, great.
Huzzah.
Huzzah. Okay. It is at about 10 in the morning that the four of you leave the quest chamber out its eastern door and through a series of hallways, stairwells, twists and turns, and about 30 minutes of walking, find yourself at the Hong Kong exit through the Union headquarters spatial warping abilities. This is the furthest east that there is a headquarters exit, and is the closest to Japan that you're going to be able to get. From here, you have about 6 hours of combined travel time. About an hour to the airport. Another hour, 10 minutes in the air. And then it's just finding your ride and getting into town. Is there anything the four of you would like to do or prepare while in transit? And please remember that while you have no need to conceal anything on your private flight, because this is a union jet, not a public transportation. From then on, once you land in Osaka, you will be in public. So is there anything you'd like to do or prepare before you arrive?
Malcolm's gonna disassemble his rifle and store it into his bag since he was assuming they'd automatically be heading to Osaka, not taking a plane ride. Though, uh, and he's looking for the how they're gonna get to the airport.
All right, so you sort of exit out of a nondescript office building with a generic name in simplified Chinese, and it is from here to the airport, and then about 2 hours on your personal union-built jet with all the accommodations you could ever want. The nice fancy chairs that they advertise on those uh, fancy airway videos. Uh, Food, refreshments. They really keep these things well stocked since you have to travel all over the world for missions. Um,
Malcolm's also going to pull up his personal iPad basically, and pull up all the information about funguses that are known in the world.
Do you spend some time studying?
Yes.
Okay. Please roll me a brains check. This is going to be difficulty 9.
And that's a 7.
What is the die you rolled?
1d12.
Okay.
Gas,
Well,
I swear.
unfortunately, you certainly find a lot of wiki articles and encyclopedic knowledge about fungus, and some of it could certainly be helpful. But you don't feel that you've grasped anything particular about how it might try to attack you or use its abilities. And of course, uh, you will grant yourself an adversity token.
Anyone else want to do stuff while we're on the plane?
Yeah, does anyone else have something to do on the plane?
I so as Nyne essentially this explores the plane, even in its compact nature. Simply just uh, scrutinizing every nook, every cranny, from the interior, from poking its head outside to examine the exterior. Humans have come, as you've read, a long way from primitive machines to even being in the skies, traveling great distances.
And
And he
you do
finds that
find a couple things that interest you. Uh, you find a cargo hold beneath the passenger seating, which is mostly empty, but seems to have a lot of different sort of storage method. There's fluid tanks, uh, different kinds of metal crates, and what look like a couple different ways to imprison people. Um, and what is most assuring to have on board is um, two large cylindrical tanks, which you know are for containing stage 0 UMAs. They are they have some sort of intravenous device that plugs into them, perhaps to sedate them. Um, and you have definitely seen UMAs that are intended to be captured rather than neutralized, reduced to their cores and stored in these devices before. So these appear to be mobile versions that are kept on the jet for uh, for that purpose.
as he explored the cargo hold, he noticed some very familiar items, and namely namely the UMA storage, the UMA jails that he's seen been used multiple times already, reducing UMAs to a lesser state and keeping them imprisoned. He thinks to himself, I guess we're gonna have to use these again. as they ship off to go neutralize fungus. Oh, but
Uh,
what catches his eye are the fluid storages. As he notices them, something passes across his mind. Maybe he should go shopping a bit when they land to pick up something that may be beneficial to the mission. Hopefully he gets enough time to go do it.
you definitely make a mental note to possibly run an errand before finding your transportation. Does anyone else
Other
have something
than
they'd
other
like
than
to do?
that,
There is one thing I would like to discuss once the four of us are together on the plane or where I can talk to everyone at once.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if right now Nyne is with us or he's going around.
We can certainly say that you find the time to address the party.
Though, is there anything Dona wants to do before? I'm sorry, I really don't know how to say your username. Uh, before MTS 10S does what he wants. Donut.
You hear?
Uh, uh, Yaruki remembers something that another member of the union told him to do when he was on a plane. So he attempts a backflip.
Okay. All right. I'm making you roll for this.
Oh shit!
Let's see. I think this would be flight because it's a movement tech thing. Roll me a DC 5 flight check. So you
It's
can slash quick roll 1D and then what your flight what's your flight die? Nope,
I
it's
don't
not
think
that.
that's it.
Nope. You do not have a 100 in flight.
It would be really powerful. Make sure to put a 1 in front of the D.
Yes.
Otherwise, it just poops out a D100.
Nope. All right. I'm gonna try to do an example. Just like that. Ooh. Unfortunate. All right. You attempt you test something that you think you heard about how if you jump while in the air on a plane, it works differently, but you were wrong and your balance is totally off. And make you you backflip and you get about 30 degrees into it before just landing on your back.
This would be
Uh,
enough to catch Malcolm's attention. What are you doing?
Nine heard a loud thump as he was in the cargo bay, so he briskly re-enters the main cabin, only to see one of his teammates fall flat on his back.
Donut. Donut, this is your cue.
My bad. Yaruki stares up at the ceiling for a bit before getting up and returning to his seat in complete silence.
He
Are
says
you
nothing.
okay?
He just nods, looking off into the distance.
Bro is so nonchalant. He has no cares. So someone was going to address the party.
Listen, guys, may I have your attention, please?
What's up?
I am all ears.
Well, the thing is, there are some things I would like to discuss before trying to fight fungus. The first one is I do know a little bit about mushrooms myself. I do come from a rural background, and I also tried to study as much as I could about different species of funguses that there are. And what I have to say is, UMA fungus can attack us in many different ways. Even if we study every existing fungus, we may get attacked by things, by undiscovered mushroom species we do not know nothing about. I would like to first of all prepare at least a basic plan or a strategy of how we are gonna address the fight. What do you guys think?
That is a good point. I think the main problem is going to be the mycelium, the roots of the mushrooms. They can spread almost over an entire area, if my limited studying is right.
I do have
Well,
a plan.
I'm all ears.
Prior to our departure, I was installed with a heat wave generator. Fungi cannot survive in very extreme heat or cold. So I came prepared in order to basically burn them out, essentially.
The reason why I was adamant on coming is because of my negation unheat. I can instantly freeze anything that. Well, I can't instantly, but I can freeze just about anything that touches my skin.
I can also kinda take care of mycelium since for my negation en route I'm able to get it off the ground. The thing is, once I use en route on it, it will just fall back again, and there's nothing else we can do. We can maybe use that as a chance to try to attack or make an action. However, I also like to address the thing that I do believe that what threatens us more is spores. I know we have masks to avoid them getting into our lungs, but if some of us shall lose their mask. That will be a big problem, and it will be certainly fatal.
Uh, that is incredibly true. No matter how good an ability is, not going to be able to help save us if it enters our lungs or throats.
I also have another plan.
Go ahead, Nine.
As I was exploring the cargo hold, I noticed some large fluid tanks, which can be very helpful in our endeavors, especially against the spores. For as I researched, vinegar is a natural fungi repellent and exterminator, and can also deal with spores as well.
Huh. Now that could be very useful. But why vinegar? Never mind. But that'll definitely be something to use if anyone accidentally inhales the spores. Try to keep your masks as tight and on as possible, along with eye protection and earplugs. We don't want any of this getting into anything that could actually grant the spores a chance to take root.
Also, remember we will be uncommunicated for this quest, so even if we have to separate, we should plan this thoroughly because once we separate, we may be unable to reunite afterwards.
It'd be a good idea for us to get our hands on some walkie talkies while we're in Japan. That way we can at least communicate with each other.
That's actually a really good idea.
I can act as your cellular tower, so your receivers can ping off of me. So we won't have to worry about losing signals.
Good. Now let's take note of the offensive capabilities we all have. As I said, my unheat can freeze just about anything my skin touches, but I've also came up with an attack known as frozen bullets. Using my rifle, I can cause long distance freezes. And of course, I am a bit of a sniper and hunter. How about the rest of you?
My yarn root is able to, well, as its name says, it's able to unroot something that is essentially stuck into another thing. For example, if you have a tree which is stuck to the ground, it will be able to make the tree shoot upwards. It also makes the object I target and root at, uh, well, shoot rather violently in the direction it's facing. And it can be used in, well, practically almost everything that is partially stuck or buried into another thing. It does not work in completely buried objects. And what else? What else? Oh, yes. It also damages, whenever I use a root, it damages my body. It makes parts of my body fall off or get rid. Its case depending with the size or mass the object I use. For example, if I try to use a root on a blade of grass, it won't be much of a deal. However, if I try to use something bigger, for example, a tree, well, that's gonna make me lose a hand or a finger, maybe. So that must be used wisely or as a last resort in extreme scenarios.
Understood. Nine, anything with your offensive capabilities?
Aside from the heatwave generators, my negation is unchained. Anything I touch is forcibly moved out of place. Um, basically suspending itself, being able to be manipulated however I wish, weightless, weightless and massless. So say an airplane, heavy, but if I touch this entire airplane right now with my hands, this airplane will now suspend itself in the air as if it had no weight at all. But if I touch it again, it will resume to its natural state. With this, I can lift any heavy object, even buildings, to use to my advantage.
That could be very useful in this case.
And aside from my negation, my body is I am very strong and very durable.
Donut.
Does
Uh,
Yaruki have anything to add?
yep. With my unmotivated, even though the UMA probably already spread its spores and roots throughout the area, I should be able to discourage it from furthering its abilities. And with my katana, I should be able to cut down any roots it may use to attack us.
Good idea. This will be an interesting hunt. Make sure you keep a close eye on your masks. One single rip or tear, and we're gonna have to drown you in vinegar to remove the spores and fungus from your mouths and throats. Hopefully, it won't get in your air in anyone's airways.
All right. You are just about to make your landing in Osaka. Are there any last minute preparations you wish to make? Well, with
I
that,
don't think
Nine
so.
Nine basically made his little short errand, buying loads and loads upon tons of vinegar from wherever he can.
We're just about to land, not landing directly. Still in
yeah,
the sky.
okay. We can do that in Osaka for sure.
Oh well, nothing of sort.
All right. Uh, you don't have comms to check in this time, but you have the little post-it note chain um uh still, pocketed by someone, I'm sure. Uh as long as you know that you'll be at the pickup location, which is near the airport, uh, within an hour of your landing, you should be totally fine. Which should give you enough time to collect whatever materials you need. Did I hear walkie-talkies?
Yes. Malcolm would team up with I am forgetting your character's name, Mayos or Mayos.
Rutley or Rutley.
All right, Malcolm would take Rutley to buy at least 3 walkie-talkies, since Nyne said they'll be the tower of it.
Yes, you can assume that Nyne does not need one himself. Uh, this is a rather trivial fare. Um, you're able to find a local tech store that sells uh pretty conveniently priced ones in little plastic cases. And you're able to pay for them, especially with your handy necktie auto translators, allowing you to speak and understand any spoken language, uh, including, of course, Japanese, which I'm
As a,
sure some of you already speak naturally.
it's a really good thing that tech didn't get fucked.
Yes. You're not exactly sure how they work, but they appear to be more psychic in nature rather than there's no transmission going to a larger system. Everything that makes the neckties work is internal. The more difficult thing to do is finding someone who's going to sell you more than a gallon of vinegar at a time. Uh, you can definitely find some in a supermarket, but it is packaged in, the size of a bottle you would keep in your kitchen, rather than the enough you'd fill like a fish tank with.
Being down to the problem, I didn't account for packaging size. Hmm. I guess we're gonna have to see if you can just buy all of it.
Do we see Nyne traveling back to the plane with uh like $500 worth of vinegar in separate containers, just like filling his arms? Is that what we see?
Yeah, just straight groceries from car style.
Yeah, trying to carry 20 plastic bags just between your fingers without stopping. Do it all in one trip. Uh, you definitely sell out one store's supply of umeboshi vinegar and standard rice wine vinegar. Uh, and you are
Hmm.
able to fill up these fluid tanks. They're cylindrical, about 10 gallons each. Um, Big enough that like a stronger individual could like possibly wear one on his back, but otherwise you're gonna need to carry them the in the car.
Well, Nine's strong enough to at least have one of them put onto his back. As for the rest, I guess we can have it in reserve.
Yeah. But you do see that in the storage that they come with these spray nozzles. So you will be able to use them the way you envisioned. And it's pretty much in the airport parking lot that you see a pretty normal looking vehicle driven by a pretty abnormal looking individual, at least from the public's eyes. It's a completely masked figure wearing a similar black suit to the round table uniform, but whose head is completely covered in red cloth, except for the eyes, who uh he sort of he can't he does not speak to you, but he waves you over and sort of gestures at what uh looks to be a real big jeep with plenty of truck bed space, and seating up to 6 people, including the driver. And it is noticeably the biggest car on the roads that you have seen anywhere in Osaka. Uh, no one here is driving a Jeep, especially not one that is very much American sized.
I think I can deduce that this might be our ride.
He spots you and just sort of uh, waves at you, uh, and says nothing. He does not speak.
Well, Nine simply heads on over, not really thinking much of it.
Malcolm's pretty used to it. So he would head up and start configuring the walkie-talkies to bounce off of Nyne and receive each other. Testing.
You select a convenient radio frequency that does not conflict with any of the local radio stations. And Nyne, you are able to very easily tune your onboard radio to match it. And you have successfully reestablished communications. Congratulations.
With this, we'll be able to at least contact each other and make sure none of us are none of us go missing. Let's go with that.
And as a safety measure, since I'm the receiving tower, I can hear any outgoing transmission, save if any of the walkie-talkies go broken or such.
Malcom would hand a walkie-talkie to Rutley and Yaruki. Did I say that right?
Ridley takes the walkie-talkie and straps it into his belt.
Yaruki takes his walkie-talkie and puts it inside of his coat.
The Union sort of shorthand gives the steering wheel horn a couple quick beeps as if to urge everyone to jump in.
Malcom would rush to get the passenger seat.
And he closes the cargo trunk doors, and as soon as everyone gets in, we are off.
Onward to the mission.
It is about 90 minutes drive down pretty much due south to a small town in the Yokohama prefecture. Wait, is that right? Wakayama prefecture. Not near the city of Wakayama, but further south towards the coast. Halfway settled into a national forest park near Sanya. Known for a small shrine to a local deity, definitely the kind you'd hear about in ghost stories in the area. A little spot called Otakigawa, or sorry, Otakigawa. It is a wooded area. And let's see. Here it is. And after about, make it almost 2 hours, you can see that the streets begin to thin out. You realize you haven't seen anyone on the road in a solid 30 minutes since you turned off one of the main highways. You see fewer and fewer buildings on the way there. And you begin following or driving down a road that follows a small river.
Malcolm's gonna pull out his scope and almost using it like a telescope, would start adjusting it, trying to see if he can pick out anything unusual in the area or off in the distance.
Uh, you can see not you can't see very far on the distant uh horizon because every road in this area is sort of set into a valley. It's pretty much mountains directly up on either side that are covered in almost rainforest looking, sort of jungly, dense woods. Um, and then uh, the occasional hillside that is braced with those, square concrete tiles that you often see. Uh, and you can see that the river is down beneath you, even deeper into the gorge. And you occasionally pass little huts, mostly ramshack, corrugated steel, some older wooden buildings, nothing taller than 1 story. And it is here, a little bit outside uh, you know, a little bit outside the village limits, um, where uh, the union employee simply stops and pulls off to the side of the road, uh, and makes no motion to continue any further. Uh, he seems to have his instructions for how to handle this, and he's not going to unnecessarily put his own life at risk.
M- Malcolm looks at the guy. Huh, which direction do we need to go down?
He just gestures you down the street. You don't see any uh, intersections or buildings, so you estimate it's going to be like at least a 10 to 20-minute walk before you see a little bit of civilization again.
That's gonna be fun. Uh, Malcolm mumbles that as he climbs out of the car.
He also gets off the car. He also takes his
Nyne,
mask and equips it in his head, and he reminds everyone else to do the same.
Do
Don't
you
forget the
all
vinegar.
do you all mask up?
Yes.
Radley does.
All right. Uh, you are properly masked, carrying a maybe obscene amount of vinegar, but certainly enough with spray nozzle equipped. Um, and you make your way towards the uh, entrance of the village. And the path there is to walk here is rather thin. It is on the side of this large hill. Uh, Up on your left, the hill just goes pretty much steep directly upwards into the forest. Uh, Down on your left is the gorge where the river is, across from which there are some small patches of irrigated rice. Uh, it's at sort of the end of its life cycle here at this time of year. Uh, and for about 10 minutes, that is all you see until you come across a pickup truck just sort of sitting on the side of the road.
Uh, Malcolm's gonna once again use a scope, looking through it like a telescope to see if there's anything odd about the pickup truck as they're slowly approaching it.
You don't see any movement. You don't see people in it. It's one of the smaller kinds that only sits two. Pretty standard looking. It has some garbage in the back. Nothing discernible, like bags, a little bit of rope. That's it. Some plastic packaging looks like. Just garbage.
Malcolm's still gonna be a bit on edge as he informs the others of what he saw through his scope. While it may not look like anything dangerous right now, it's still important that they keep their eyes open and ready just in case it's a trap, for lack of a better word. Still scanning the immediate ahead of them with his scope.
You continue to not see much movement. As you approach, the truck is maybe 20 meters ahead of you. Does anyone else try to interact with it?
Nyne doesn't really interact with the truck all too much as they exit. He simply hoists his large canister of vinegar, mildly
Oh,
excited.
can we pause? I don't know if anyone else can hear this, but it sounds to me that your mic suddenly got covered or something. Could you readjust possibly? Because we can't hear you.
You are
Hold
super
on.
silent, and once more, it sounded like you were trying to swallow your mic.
I don't know what happened there. Is it
Okay,
fine now?
you're already a lot better. Yeah, I don't know what you
Okay.
did, but it fixed it.
And
Okay.
by the way, the truck we're talking about is a random pickup truck filled with garbage off to the side of the road. That's why it said it's potentially dangerous.
Yeah, I got that. He doesn't really pay it any mind as he got out of the Union truck, going down, following the rest of the group.
All right. You get the four of you get a bit closer to the truck. Nothing jumps out to scare you or anything. But as you round, sort of the bend it's parked at, you get a better look into the cabin and where the driver would be sitting. There seems to be some sort of carpeting on the seat and on the steering wheel and the dashboard, and there's a odd human shaped cutout in this carpeting that seems to suggest a person used to be sitting there. It's weird. It strikes you as an odd way to style your car's interior.
I do have a question to ask. Is the truck or the car, well, in a shape or in a form that should be able to start it up again, or you know, use it as an emergency escape if worst comes to worst?
You look, uh, and the window is rolled all the way down. You sort of look your underneath the front panel. It seems to have been abandoned certainly longer than a few months. Uh, you might be able to jumpstart it given enough time and good enough skills in that area. But it's not in good shape. It would need a full like long-term tune-up, which you probably don't have time for. You might be able to get it started, but it's not going to run well.
I don't like the look of that carpeting. Don't forget, we are going after a fungus.
Uh, you think this, uh, and possibly compare it to something you might have seen in your research, and just in discussing the possibilities. Um, and as you do, a stray breath or movement in the air from sort of crowding around this truck, you can see that it moves ever so slightly,
Nyne,
and just
burn
sort
it.
of drifts and floats. You burn it?
I'm mostly saying that as a joke, but that's probably going to be probably would be the best option in terms of getting rid of the fungus if we actually wanted to use it. I'm just putting the idea out there, but Malcom would take a step back as he reassembles his rifle.
You
I
take a step back. Uh, as you do, please make me a brains check. Difficulty 12.
Great, I need to explode here.
Sometimes that's how it is.
Fuck me.
Unfortunate. Though you do get to grant yourself an adversity token. Uh, you struggle to understand what exactly could have left this uh strange film over the seat and the interior, or the imprint uh in its surface. But it definitely doesn't feel like it could be good. Uh, it's certainly some sort of residue left over, but its properties or its uh, uh, features or what it could mean are lost to you.
Is it me or is this truck oddly moving?
Take a step back. Whatever it is, we probably don't want to mess with it too much. Uh, Malcom would look at Rutley and ask him, did you feel anything while you were touching the truck directly?
I did feel something. I well, I do advise to be wary of it, but it could also be an animal or something else inside the truck. So I'd advise against burning it, as you said before.
The truck itself seems to be completely stationary.
It's the film, the layer on the seat that looks like it's moving in some way. I doubt
No,
a
no, I
possum
understand.
or
Sorry.
what?
No, no, sorry. I misunderstood. That's why. My bad.
It's okay. The substance is thin enough that it seems to sort of float and move around with the slightest movement in the air, almost like you're looking at uh sort of how paper acts when it's underwater and it gets saturated, sort of like that. And it's not like moving or crawling, it just sort of is thin enough to catch air currents even from you moving your hands around or opening a window. And you definitely don't like the look of it. It's a dark black color.
This very well could be some mycelium, like we were discussing earlier, but I'm unsure. Malcolm would shake his head and preparing his rifle just in case anything jumps out at them.
Uh, but nothing does. There is only the truck and the path forward.
Either way, there are two options. We burn or try to destroy the what you say is mycelium, or we just keep going forward. If we keep going forward, that not maybe if we don't destroy it, it may come us to bite us in the ass later.
I do agree, but everyone step back. Nyne, can you focus your heat waves to burn the mycelium more directly? Or whatever this film is.
Affirmative. Nine. Basically, basically the wrists and shins on Nine's body kind of flicker open like a vent, and red hot, and it turns red hot, emitting waves and waves of powerful heat, almost to the point that that can cause very bad degree burns
Uh,
if still
it
too
does
close.
not take much. Just one touch of your heat radiators um, causes the whole film to catch fire, spread, and completely burn away in a matter of seconds. Sort of like you know how when you light a spider web in a video game and it just burns away completely, sort of like that. Leaving the surface underneath mostly untouched.
At the very least, this covers their backs. Keep an eye on the ground just in case there is any mycelium. If you spot anything that looks like a mushroom, it just make sure you say something before it can spring out or spray spores at you.
Affirmative.
Okay. Do you progress?
Yeah. Well, uh, Malcolm's making the motion to continue because he does not know cars at all.
Rutley follows Malcolm.
All right. Uh, you get around this bend and make a big left turn around the side of this little mountain hill area. Um, and as you turn around, or as you make this big turn around the mountain, following the river, you can see down uh, further into where the village proper is. Um, and as you do move a little further forward, uh, would all of you please make me a grit check? Difficulty 20. All four of you.
Let's go gambling.
Nope.
Well, that
Uh
fucked.
oh.
Try again, please.
9. And yes, you did good, Donut. Wrong one, Max. So the total
Okay.
2, 12, 10, and 2.
Oh, I'm fried.
Am I seeing 4 failures?
Unfortunately.
Yes, you
All
are.
right. Everyone gets an adversity token. And nothing happens.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I hate when that.
Nothing happens. Anyway, as you approach, you, you can see that the river sort of falls into a quite uh, not a large waterfall, but more a series of short rocky rapids, um, and then pools into a small little pond around which the village is built before flowing further down the mountainside. And from here, you have a pretty solid vantage point on the village. You can see there's uh looks like 3 dozen small little houses, a couple different general stores of different varieties. There's an inn. Um, there's a corner store with looks like snacks and drinks, and a bunch of signage that looks all handwritten, as if it's just one person operating it. Um, there's a little bed and breakfast that seems to have a specialty soba noodle recipe that's got some sort of sale going on. Uh, there's the little bed and breakfast motel seems to have, it's one story. It's got like 10 rooms and 2 parking spaces. Everything's a lot smaller than it is in the city. Uh, and on the top of the, not the mountain you're on, but the one across the ravine, further up the hill, there seems to be a small hospital. Uh, 2 stories with a little, um, almost like church bell tower, some sort of observation tower on one corner, um, and a big sign that says, uh, God, how do I pronounce this? I should have picked an easier name. Otakigawa Hospital, and a uh, pretty generically well understood red cross marking this as uh, a place of healing. And it looks like you'd need to cross down into the ravine through the village and then up a steep staircase up the side of the hill to go directly up to the hospital, or uh, take a big, if you're in a vehicle, there's a big switchback around the other side of the opposite mountain, um, that sort of curves around further into the ravine and then goes up from there. Um, and from the path you're on, which has sort of transitioned into a dirt street instead of a paved road, you've sort of abandoned the pavement behind. You can keep taking the street, sort of roundabout, or there seems to be a sort of staircase installed into the rock that travels down alongside the stream that goes down these little waterfall cliffs. Um, Part of it is sort of carved into the cliff itself. There are some spots where There are planks installed that sort of fill in the gaps between rocks, and it's honestly gorgeous. Just how it you can just walk alongside the stream as it falls down into the village. Um, you
Mm,
see, in addition to this, a not very many people going about their day. You see only four, as I've just drawn from the deck. Four individuals, a couple children, um, seemingly an old man at the little grocery corner store, and you assume someone running said store. But that's it.
Malcolm,
And from that's all you can see from your vantage point.
Malcolm's going to shoulder his rifle while taking off his scope once again, and going to use it to get a better idea of the goings on down there, especially since this is a really good vantage point to notice the entire area.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you want to look for from this
Anything that
point?
look anything that looks out of place at a second glance, and anything that looks like it could be mycelium, mushrooms in general, or any other kind of fungus. He's also going to be checking the people just in case they have any mold on them, basically.
All right.
I think you
Uh,
should also check out the hospital. What Bradley tells to Malcolm.
And he'd also take a quick look at the hospital from the vantage point through his telescope.
you can see, uh, looking a bit closer, um, despite it being the building you would think would be most guaranteed to have, full electric lights, you're not so sure about all of the how little houses and huts in this village, but that building for sure should have power. But you don't see any lights on in the windows. Um, there does seem to be uh, a just a sedan parked in the parking lot up at the top of the hill where the hospital is, but no lights on, no people moving around.
And what about the main village proper and the people walking about?
They appear normal. You can't see in too much detail. You'd need to get closer for that. Um, but there's nothing abnormal about at least like the way they are moving that you can see.
No clumps of mold or mushrooms I can see, or anything that looks out of place?
Nope.
Hmm. Keep on your guard. I don't see anything other than the hospital being completely off, but I don't trust it.
It is very probable that fungus is in the hospital. Well, first of all, as you said, the lights are off, which is really weird for a hospital. Also, according how UMAs work, they tend to feed or gain power by absorbing or eating the people they infect with their rules. So it's really probable that people who are sick by fungus go to a hospital where he can consume them. We also must have in mind that, well, medicine or penicillin was first invented by studying mushrooms, which also ties in fungus with the hospital.
That's a good point. What do you two think?
As the group noticed, for the input of the other teammates, Nine wasn't there. He already wandered off to explore the small village to investigate. He wishes to talk with the people.
Yeah,
He
you
hasn't really had he hasn't really had much experience in the rural towns, so he thought it would be interesting.
uh yeah, Malcolm, you take another look down into the village, and your uh vision is suddenly obstructed by uh the back of Nine's head, and you realize that he has already gone ahead.
Malcolm's gonna pull out his walkie-talkie. Nine, I'm gonna trust you with this, mostly because you're inorganic, but please be careful and keep any eyes out for anything that looks off, especially on people or around them. He would say over the walkie-talkie.
Okay. I will be
Malcolm,
fine.
good. Uh, I keep forgetting your character's name, Donut.
Yaruki.
Yaruki. Any input you want to share? Anything you might have noticed as Malcolm starts to tentatively walk down the slope and moving towards the staircase.
Yaruki was sort of out of it because he was thinking about that specialty soba.
There is that little soba restaurant at the bed and breakfast. Seemingly right in the center of town, on what you could call the main street. It's the only paved, asphalt road that can really handle cars driving on it. Every other road is just sort of a dirt path that splits off of the main street. Do you all
That
make your
also
way
could
down?
that could also be our way to fungus. Food, mushrooms are food for most people. Yeah, Malcolm's going to continue down.
Okay.
Ridley also followed Malcolm going down.
You climb and uh sort of uh scrambles down this cliffside. There are plenty of little stopping points and handles, sort of metal railings, and even since you are in uh a forest park technically, there are some little sort of explainer boards that on this part of the trail that give you a map of the nearby hiking trails, uh, a little bit of history about the area, all in Japanese, of course, um, and uh, sort of there's one that has an illustration of uh seemingly just a man fishing, but it is at the exact angle of the pond that you can see from the position you're standing at. So there's little historic landmarks. There's a one of those tiny shrines tucked in behind one uh, part of the waterfall, and plenty of handrails as you sort of make your way down. Um, it does seem easy to slip, but not impossible to keep your bearings. Uh, Especially since some of the rocks get slippery when the water's a bit higher than it is today. Um, and as you make your way down, and there's a little rock path that crosses the pond, you find yourself at the edge uh of Otakigawa village.
Now that we're closer, is there anything? I've been saying this for the past
Yes.
hour, but
You want to make a fungus check.
yes, basically.
Please roll your fungus skill.
I'm going to say it's B1000.
Awesome. You want to see if there's fungus among us. Now that you're a little bit closer, I am going to let you roll again. Please make a difficulty 10 brains check. I think brains. Hold on. Yeah, brains. What is your brain score?
It's a D12 and it has the +1. What the fuck?
Yeah, you search the ground. You don't find anything fungus related, but there's plenty of plants, little shrubs, moss, vines on tree trunks, plenty of grass. Also, uh, something that possibly distracts you a bit is chickens. There's a little maybe a dozen or so chickens with a rooster just sort of wandering around this little patch of grass. They're not caged in or fenced in or anything. They're just sort of here. You're not sure if they belong to anyone. Maybe they just live here. But no fungus. They do sort of squawk at you though. They're a little threatening.
Anyone else see anything off?
We take a chicken.
These are these people's chickens.
Well, but we can take a chicken as a good luck charm.
As a pet?
Maybe.
They seem to avoid you more than anything. And a little bit further ahead, you can see Nyne, who has just made it to the main street. Nyne, you run into what looks like a young boy. He's maybe 7 years old, wearing shorts and a soccer jersey, and in his mouth is a popsicle, which very quickly, as he sees you, drops out of his mouth and sort of splatters on the ground as it seems to have melted almost fully off the stick. And his mouth is completely agape at this robot boy.
Hmm? Hey there, hi.
He says to you, he says to you, "Whoa, are you a robot, mister?"
Yeah, you can say that.
That's so cool. Can you shoot lasers out of your hands? All the best robots can shoot lasers.
Um, Not yet, at least. It is in the realm of possibility, though.
That's lame. What did you say? Possibility? Possibility?
Bill.
Possibility. Awesome.
Yeah, there we go. You got it.
I'm gonna go tell my mom I met a robot. He sort of runs down the street, sort of all the way to the end of the paved road where you can see it gets a bit steeper. Uh, and he sort of looks back at you to see if you're gonna follow him, but only for a second, and then he opens a door to one of the houses, which this one seems to be right on the main street, and steps inside, and you can hear faintly uh, uh, down the uh, you can hear faintly uh, down the street. He says, "Mom, mom, guess what I saw?" Uh, and then you don't hear anything after that because he's not yelling. Um, but maybe 30 seconds or so afterwards, you do hear from that house the shutters on the windows shut one by one. And then the shutters on the windows on the next house start shutting. And then the next house over, and then the next house. And then about 20 or so houses all start shutting their window shutters, uh, closing um, blinds, uh, uh, closing any doors that were left open. And you don't see the boy come back out of his house.
Nyne.
Um,
What?
I don't.
And this is when Malcom and Rutley and Yaruki catch up.
Did I say something wrong?
I don't think you did anything other than be yourself. That was a little too convenient.
I hope I didn't scare him.
I think we should, well, knock in some of the house in a house to, well, see why the people act that way or what's going on. If everyone shuts their, well, their windows at the same time, there must be something weird. So we should go and knock around somewhere.
Nyne, I think you'd be the best one to do the knocking since you're not organic. Plus, you have the heat waves.
All right, onward.
You continue down the street, and you pass by um, what seems to be the most important buildings, um, which are on this little, pretty much the only intersection in town. It's the corner store with the snacks and the drinks, uh, the bed and breakfast with the cafe with the soba special, uh, a little building that seems to be a fire department. They have like hoses and stuff outside, but no fire truck. Um, Pretty low tech for this small of a village, and uh, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and there's a phone booth here. Uh, an old style sort of accordion door phone booth. Glass on all sides with a payphone. And you can see it's connected to the uh, local phone towers. Just all normal like. And the only person you can see from this vantage point is through the you know completely open shutter gate of the corner store. You can see there's an old man sort of sitting by the counter, pretty much just wearing uh, it's hot out. He's wearing shorts and a tank top, um, and he seems to be doing a crossword or something, since there's no one buying from him at the moment. And he does seem to notice you, but does not make any move to speak to you or anything.
I noticed someone outside, further away. We can go ask him some questions.
Uh, yeah. It. Malcolm would say we could check with the guy in the corner store. He might be the only one we can actually talk with, but this is going to be a rough one.
I do agree we should ask questions while the people are acting somewhere. However, I shouldn't do the talking. I'm not good at, well, dealing with people.
Honestly,
Also, can I
neither
say
am I.
something out of character?
Yeah, what's up?
Yep.
I mean, remember, like, all of us are, well, with the mask and all that stuff, so it should be
You
kind
are
of weird for
you are
someone
all
else.
wearing masks. That is true.
Yes, I mean, it's
All
kind
right.
of weird
Yeah,
for
that
the
is a
people
good
who
point.
come to see us. Yeah, I do remember because, well, I just remembered it, and well,
Well,
there it is.
I guess I'll do the talking. You guys, you guys can just stay behind me, I guess. Onward.
Got it.
Were you talking about approaching this person or continuing forward?
Approaching
Approaching.
the bonus.
Okay. You approach the man behind the counter. Um, he's sitting on a little plush stool, doing his crossword. He's wearing one of those visors that you might see someone wear playing golf or something, though he is in the shade. Um, and he's got one of those white, cheap little fans on its highest setting, sort of just blowing directly in his face. Um, and he looks up to you and says, uh, very simply, everything I sell is right here. You don't have everyone who comes here is just here for the monthly special. That's across the street.
Oh, I'm not really here for anything to purchase. I simply want to ask you some questions, if that's all right.
He hears this and then actually takes the chance to look at you. Uh, and he seems a little weirded out at your appearance, but doesn't scream or do anything else. He just says, "All right. Hmm. What do you want to know? It's rather odd to come around here asking questions like that. Please roll me a charm check. Difficulty 7.
Is it possible to do assists and kids on bikes?
Uh, it's not something that's really in the mechanics, but I will let you argue for it if you can provide a reason to do so. In which case, you're not going to get like advantage or anything. It's just you both get to roll.
Mostly, uh, Malcolm is going to speak up about. Has there been any strange incidents lately? There, uh, we're travelers and we saw an abandoned truck just outside of town.
Uh, and just to clarify, do you remove your mask to speak or no?
No.
Okay, that is going to make your check a little bit more difficult. So please roll me a difficulty 9 charm. Ugh,
I swear
rough.
to God, guys.
Are you sure you're rolling correctly? Because it doesn't say on a D4 like it does for Max's rolls.
I mean, I've been using /roll directly, but let me try quick roll.
Here, if you type in /roll and then and then click the under the options the or /quick roll. If you use quick roll and then under the options just click sides, you can just select a number and then it will, and then you don't have to put in your modifiers. You can just say your modifiers after the fact.
Well, the second roll is a 4, so my dice exploded.
Sweet. We'll use that one. Why not? Roll me another D4. Is that your charm? Are you on D4 charm?
Yes, my charm's
Oh.
D4, and it just exploded again.
Man, both of you are on D4s, huh? Oh, sweet. All right. You have an 8 and counting. Roll again, please. You have a 9. Congratulations.
9 exactly.
9 exactly. And I will make an announcement again to make sure everyone is keeping track of their adversity tokens. Whenever you fail a roll, no matter what kind of roll it is, you always get 1. So I just want to make sure everyone's keeping track, because I am not. That would be too much.
I have a question about adversity tokens. Yes.
Yes.
Well, you use the token after you roll, or you must choose to use it before you roll?
After you roll. And
Okay.
you can use as many as you like on any one roll. So if you
So it's optional.
need
It doesn't
if you need a
just
15 and you roll a 10, you can spend 5 tokens to go from a 10 to a
okay.
15.
And they are also optional to use.
They're completely optional. You can save them
Oh,
up for a really difficult roll later, or you can use one on a roll, or whatever you want.
oh, thanks.
So I'll just
All right.
state my question to the
Yes,
gentleman.
please.
We're travelers, and we were coming out to just look at the landscape, but we noticed an abandoned, I want to say, garbage truck just outside of the village. It seems like it's been there for a while.
He perks up a bit and says, "Oh, yes, that's just Mr. Miyami's old truck. It broke down a few months back. He got a new one though." And he points uh down one of the side roads. That's Miyami with an M. He points down one of the side roads uh towards a little two-story house. It's one of the only two-story houses, maybe one of 5 or 6 out of the several dozen homes here. Uh, uh, and he says, "Yeah, it just broke down a while back, and no one's come to take it away. We don't really get much service out here for stuff like that." Um, if did you want to pick it up? You can probably speak to him about that. Are you sure you're not here for the soba special? We have uh an ex Michelin star chef here. It's really the only reason anyone comes here.
What's in the soba?
I'm not sure this month. You'll have to look at the menu. Changes every month.
I mean, you guys are willing to go try it. I can stay outside and keep asking
It is
questions.
August. Hmm. I wonder what nice summer flavors they have.
What's the mushroom yield around here usually?
Mushrooms? Uh, I think we get enokis out in the forest. They usually come in larger batches in the spring when it rains a bit more.
Have you
Yuri,
then?
uh, uh, thank you for your help.
Did you want a popsicle? Did you want a popsicle? It's rather hot out. I also have chips. You can see there's a milk carton full of one completely different bags of chips. Every single one of them is a different brand, and they're all 150 yen, all of them.
Uh, no, thanks. But
Okay.
thank you for answering our questions.
All right
Well, as
then.
best you
You
could.
have a good day. And you see him sort of hop off of his stool, and you can see that he's a full 2 feet shorter than you. Um, and he wobbles over with his cane, and opens up one of his coolers and pops out uh, a refreshing ice cold milk soda, uh, and then pops his visor back on and continues his crossword puzzle in his uh, hopelessly air conditioned little uh, counter.
I'm curious about what's in that soba special. It's quite possible that it's been laced with fungus's mushrooms. And curious about Mr. Miyami. It, the strange human shape in the film, that just leaves an unsettling feeling in my gut.
Where would the
Hmm.
party like to go first?
If I can make a suggestion, we can split up.
But if we get attacked by the UMA, that'll just separate us too much. Besides that, there's still the hospital to take care to investigate.
I guess you're right, but it could prove to cover more ground. Seeing as well, we are in communication, the walkie-talkies and whatnot. But but if the majority agrees,
I think we should, well, first, all of us go to check out the hospital. After all, if we are caught alone by Anuma, is almost a certain death. And since the hospital is the most suspicious place where fungus could be, I think we should all go there first, and then maybe if fungus is not there, we should go and check out the town later.
Yaruki?
I think we should try buying some of the soba to see if we can examine it. And then if it does show signs of having anything related to Uma fungus, we should see who's bought any.
We don't need it to exactly buy it. We could just ask what the soba special is.
I guess we're onward to the hospital first.
Onward to the hospital.
Onward.
Off we go.
All right. Uh, you make your way down the street, and do you try to walk up the road up the other side through the switchback and like where there's no sidewalk, you'd just be walking on a paved road, or do you try to take the sort of climbing trail directly up the hill?
Malcolm go up the climbing trail. It's something he's used to.
All right. As you progress, would everyone please make me a guts check? Difficulty 19.
You mean grit, don't you?
Sorry, grit, yes. I don't think guts is a thing. I meant grit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I rolled a one on my modifier. I mean, I rolled a five, but my modifier made it a six. It was a d6. Would that would that dice roll explode, or does it not count?
Has to be
No. It has to be natural. Dice do not explode on the
Okay.
modifier. Modifiers are applied after.
That means
D-
if Donut, what's your dice size for your grit? Okay, never mind. I thought it could have potentially been a D8.
Yeah, if that was a D8, it would explode. Um, so we are. I do want to insist that we don't um, put modifiers on the roll, because if you roll multiple times, it will include the modifier each time, and instead, um, just after you roll, if you have a modifier, type your final score after the fact. Just type it in chat. All right, thank you. That'll just make things a lot smoother. Because we did have an instance during chance where someone exploded and then ended up adding their modifier multiple times, and that's not how we want to do things. Um, so as you um approach the gate, or sorry, the trail, you can see that this is on the far side of town. You cross the main street and go down one of the dirt paths towards where you think the trail would end up. Uh, and you can see that this mountain on this side of the ravine is completely fenced off. Like once you start elevating, there's just a fence. It's like 15 feet tall, chain link, uh, with another chain link fence about 6 inches from it, so it's double layered. Um, there is a gate in it, uh, that's about 3 feet across, but there is a security camera pointed down at the pathway, uh, pointing from the top of the fence, um, in front of which there is uh, a little security booth, where there is a officer of some kind. You're not sure if he's police or private security. You can really only see his face through the window on the booth. Uh, and he's just on his phone, looks like, not really paying attention to you.
Malcolm's gonna look through the chain fence uh, once more, seeing if there's anything out of place in this situation.
Yeah, you approach the chain fence. You can see that the gate is padlocked. Um, and once you touch it, it sort of rattles a bit, and the officer uh, sort of realizes there's someone here and says, and opens the door to his little booth, and says, "Hey, hey, don't touch that." I
Oh,
bet you're all
apologies.
those I bet you're all those YouTubers who come to look at the dead buildings. You're gonna get yourself hurt.
Uh, I'm more of a hunter than a YouTuber. I was hoping to go explore this trail.
Well, we don't have any wild things worth hunting. And why are you in a suit anyways? That's not proper hunting attire.
May I ask first, why do you call that those dead buildings? What happened to those buildings to be dead?
It's abandoned. Something happened 5 years ago or so. Something to do with the structural integrity. The whole building was condemned. It's not in use anymore. Now we have to drive 20 minutes to get to a hospital. I keep saying we should do something about it, and someone's going to get hurt one of these days and die because we don't have enough support here, but no one wants to do anything about it. And our diet
Uh,
representative doesn't even care. I've called him like 20 times. Ugh. Anyway, you can't go in there.
um, I saw while we were on the other hill slash mountain, I saw what looked like a blue sedan in the parking lot of the hospital.
He says, yeah, that's mine. I just leave it
Wouldn't it
there
be
in case I need it.
wouldn't it just be better to park it closer to the guard shack?
Oh, no need. I live here. And he points to the house across the street. He says, that's mine. I don't need to go anywhere. All I have to do is climb up and open the gate from the inside and drive away. It's really there in case someone gets hurt and I need to drive them down the hill to the hospital. But of course, that's not going to happen because I'm not letting you in. And he, at this point, flashes the taser at his belt. Um, and says to you, now all of you need to bounce. Is that how you say it? Is
I
that the new
have
word?
one more little question. Has there been anything off the last few months?
You know what's off? All these different new visitors coming here recently, completely disrupting our town. Ever since that lady moved in and started cooking up those specials when she installed her little cafe at the motel. Now people come here who aren't from here and they all want to stay and take up our rooms and they're loud and some of them aren't. Ugh, I just can't stand it.
Hmm.
You aren't here to stay, are you?
We're just passing through. Though we should make our way to that bed and breakfast. Thank you for the information.
Well, Rutley turns around to the rest of them. Well, we are far away from the guard, aren't we?
If we moved away.
Well,
Yeah, you're
he
further down the street than the main intersection.
well, he talks to his three companions. He tells them, if we want to get past him, we can either climb the wall in a place where we are unseen, or just beat the guard up and, well, leave him there. It will be
Uh,
much easier if we could call to the Union and use the mind-altering
please
device.
make me please make me a brains check. Difficulty 5.
I mean, I'm not trying to do something, I'm trying to discuss.
Okay,
Is it?
that's fine.
Do I do
We
the?
don't have any communication with the main union.
That's the
if
problem.
we-
If we have, we could use the memory altering device. Then a second.
Yaruki.
Oh, there it is. It's 9+1.
So 10.
Looking around the officer's booth, and around this little part of town, a couple things strike you. The first is that the security camera is on. The little red light in the corner lets you know that it is functioning. The second is that, um, as far as you can tell, there is no police network here. You're pretty sure this guy is the only guy trying to keep this place, uh, you know, closed shut to outsiders. And chances are he's not gonna be here 24/7. Uh, so you could very well just wait him out until nightfall.
Uh, I suggest wouldn't Yaruki's negation work to stop him from feeling motivated to stop us from going to the hospital?
It it should, but effectiveness of it would scale on how motivated he is to actually do this. If he sees this as like a top priority, he's gonna be stopped instantly. If he just sees this as like a small like annoyance, then he's gonna be harder to stop.
Well, it does seem like his top priority is stopping anyone from going into the hospital.
So should they use unmotivated?
Yeah. Malcolm's gonna move over back to the gate after a little bit and tinker with the padlock a little, trying to make as much noise as possible.
He says, hey, stop that. And he moves to grab your arm.
Yaruki?
When the guard gets close enough, Yaruki grabs his arm and then makes eye contact with the guard, meeting the conditions around motivated.
You can see that the sort of color drains from his face. He stops moving, and you can just hear him muttering, you can't go in there. It's dangerous. You'll get hurt. And he lets go of your arm, and he sort of just stares at the ground.
How long will that affect him?
Until I leave the area.
And how large is the area?
About where I can just see it moving.
Yeah, I can clarify my specific ruling on this. It's for as long as you can maintain eye contact with him. He doesn't have to be looking at you. You just have to be looking him in the eyes. And then once you release it, once you are no longer looking at him, he will slowly gain consciousness again. Not consciousness, but he'll start trying to do things again after about 20 to 30 seconds. So it's not permanent, and you sort of have to maintain a visual on his eyes to keep it going.
Does he have the key for the padlock on him? Or in his guard check?
You search him, He does not. And as you further look at the padlock, it seems to have uh, a number code on the bottom.
Okay, that's gonna be annoying. Actually, Nyne, do you think you could move us over the fence?
Hey, okay.
Just be careful with us. Yaruki, try to keep as much eye contact on him as you can as we go up the trail.
All right, everyone, hold on to each other.
Rutley falls onto Malcolm's shoulder.
Malcom will grab onto Yaruki's shoulder as well.
Do you are you unchaining your teammates?
Yeah. So I press my hand against them, fingers and palm, and they seem covered with like a very transparent film, e- maybe, and they simply float. Not they don't start going up or down in any direction at all. They're just suspended. Even
Okay.
and and even then they don't even move. They don't even breathe. They're like they're stopped completely. And then
Uh
I then I, in that suspended state, I simply take them and mildly throw them over the fence.
you chuck all three of them over the fence, and only a few seconds after you let go of them, which is fine because that is precisely the moment they land on the ground. Um, all three of you regain consciousness as if that little moment had been skipped. Uh, so it had not just frozen your bodies, but also your minds. So one moment, he had placed his hand on your shoulder, and the next moment you were landing on the other side of the fence. Unfortunately, Nyne cannot unchain himself. I don't believe he can. Am I
He
right?
can't. He can't. He can't.
Okay.
Can he not fly?
So can he fly?
He's not equipped with mechanisms to fly, but he can.
I I'm gonna say that you get one robot superpower per deployment, and right now you've got your heat guns, which means no flying.
But but he has a way around this. Unchain does not only work on solid matter. He so with his palms and his fingers, he makes a grasping motion as if he's grabbing on to the air itself, and then he faces his palms inward to himself, simply unchaining the air around him. And then as if he was and and as if he was swimming through the air, which he quite literally does, he simply makes his way over through the fence. And then again he makes the same motions as he did before. And then he simply flops onto the floor onto the ground with a thumb in the air, saying that he's completely fine.
Uh, you watch Nyne not fly or float, but climb through the air up and over the fence. Uh, sort of slumping onto the other side, not super gracefully, but efficiently. Congratulations. You've got about 20 seconds before the officer realizes what happened.
I'm going to move Yurik to apply unmotivated again as Malcolm starts leading him up the trail.
Unfortunately, he is sort of leaning forward away from your direction, so you can only see the back of his head.
Well, then there's only one option, and it's to run.
Let's go.
All right.
Onward!
Not so loud.
Since we're under a little bit of stress, but not too much, I'd like any of you, only one, if so whoever has the best in the stat, to roll me a flight check. Difficulty 4.
I have a D6.
I got a
I
D12.
also have D6.
Then it would be 9s.
Oh
I
shit!
fucking
You
swear
gotta be
to
kidding me,
God.
Yo, I'm blowing my shit smooth off.
This is if the chance team is the high rollers club, this is the low rollers club. Unfortunately,
Obviously.
he spots you. He spots you.
The
and he
problem
says,
is, I don't think he has anywhere near enough. Well, actually, Nyne, how many adversity tokens do you have? Or Max?
"Yeah, Max, do you have?"
Counting this one, I got 4.
Oh well, not counting this one, you can spend 3 to go from a 1 to a 4 if you want to,
That
or
would
you can save them.
reduce the punishment, but either way, we're still failing it.
No, it's a difficulty 4. It's not
No,
that
it's
hard.
4.
So if you roll a
Oh.
1 and you spend 3 tokens, that's a 4. But I will say this is a low stakes roll. There might be higher stakes rolls to spend your
Let it
tokens on.
Let it ride. We can get out of this.
Okay. He says, how'd you do that? I'll have to call the authorities, and then you'll all, serve time for trespassing? Shit, I haven't had to do this before. And you can see he runs into the booth and starts calling someone on his landline phone.
Should we stop? Shouldn't we stop him?
Can I? Would I be able to see where the landline phone connects?
Yeah. There's a landline that goes up to the nearest pole, and then joins the main set of landlines for the village, before going up the road you actually drove in on and out of the village.
Is it a wooden telephone pole?
Yeah, it's a big tree trunk telephone pole.
I have an idea.
I think
What
I.
Can
I
you
think I know
interfere
what
with the signal?
I can try burning the telephone pole down.
Let's avoid doing that, just in case anyone has any actual emergency calls to make.
Arson.
I could
Oh
try
yeah.
cutting the tree down.
Oh wait, I'm a signal receiver. I can simply just try to interfere with the outgoing call.
Yeah, that probably would be best.
How do you do this? Tell me how.
So the same way that Nine can receive the frequencies of the walkie-talkies and bounce them off each other. He adjusts his frequency towards telephone airwaves to then receive the call and simply stop it dead in its tracks.
Now it is a landline. It's directly through the wires. So something will have to be done about the physical cable attached to the building.
Could I snipe it?
You want to snipe it?
Yeah, my gun is silent since it doesn't use explosives.
It's air powered, right?
Magnet propulsion.
Magnet. Okay.
Before you try to snipe it, how is the cable attached to the building? It just goes inside through a hole or something?
It goes inside through a hole, and then it is looped through a metal bracket that is just sort of screwed onto the wall, and then it goes up to the pole where there's another metal bracket that is screwed onto the pole.
Well, I could try to use unroot in the cable through the try to unroot the cable from the building. And since the cable is not something, the cable itself is not something very heavy or very big, very massive, the
It would be
consequences
low
of
cost.
yes, the consequences of using a root wouldn't be so big. As
All right.
it's different if I try to unroot the pole itself.
Remind me the activation condition for unroot. Is it just sight, or do you have to touch it?
I mean, I have to point to it, and I can activate it at will. It's not like I point to something and it's instantly activated. But yes, I can activate it
At
with
range?
distance. I don't need to touch it. Yes.
Okay. Will you do that?
Yes, I think I will.
Okay.
Unless someone else has
Please
something to say.
please roll me a grit check. Difficulty 6.
On it.
Woo!
Well, that's a super.
That's an 18.
That is
Yes.
12
Excellent.
points over.
You feel multiple points on your body seemingly try to pull, and you are able to sort of hold yourself together, and you not really consciously but subconsciously sort of target where the pulling will happen, and you see a few hairs off the top of your head sort of yank themselves out of your skull and float in front of your face towards the ground. And at the same time, the landline on the officer's booth uh, completely yanks itself out of the wall and disconnects and just sort of hangs limply from the telephone pole and sparks a little and starts zapping the ground. Uh, you hear from inside the booth um, that the officer has tried to make a call and is only getting feedback
Let's get to the hospital.
before he uh, opens the door again and says, what's happening? I need to go find someone. I really shouldn't have taken this job. And he sort of sprints, sort of waddles down the main street. You've certainly delayed him by half an hour, maybe a whole hour. You're not sure.
Well, if I keep using a route that way, I'm gonna go bald.
It'll be a sacrifice you have to be willing to make.
You surmise that it's better to lose your hairs than your fingernails or whole limbs.
I mean, yes, of course, losing her is the best case scenario.
But for the wire itself was definitely of small enough weight that it would not harm you in any way. But now you have free reign to climb up the hill.
Anyway.
Let's not dilly-dally and just make up the trail towards the hospital directly.
Onward!
All right. You climb. There's poles in the ground to sort of help you. Some of the stairs are made out of rocks that are just in the path. Others are wooden planks that were installed by the natural park staff, I suppose. A lot of it looks very old. You're sure it's been here for decades, if not longer. But eventually, you make it up and you sort of emerge from the tree line into the parking lot of the hospital. Now that you've got a closer look at it, you can see that there are some sliding glass doors from the parking lot into the building. No windows on the first floor, but windows on the second and third floors. And there's the little observation tower all the way on the left-hand side of the building at the corner, which you think would give you an even steeper, like directly down vantage point onto the village from the complete opposite side of the one at the top of the waterfall.
Malcolm's gonna look up at the tower and basically says to the team, I'm gonna get a decent view from up top just to see if a change of perspective can be good. Just too much about this town makes me uncomfortable right now.
Do you go through the front doors?
He's going to the observation tower.
It's essentially just a fourth floor with a staircase, so there's no external way to get there.
Oh.
Yeah, you just have to climb up the stairs from the inside. Unless, you want to fly? I don't know. The other group did it.
That's a good point. We do have
If
a
you want
chain with us.
if you want to go up the outside of the building, be my guest. But there are very clearly stairs that go up there.
I can throw him up there.
I think it would be better to go up the stairs.
Yes,
I am going to make you roll a strength check or a brute check to throw someone that high.
It's brawn.
A brawn. Sorry, I'm D&D headed.
I agree. I am too.
It's incurable, I'm afraid.
Do not disturb.
Do you approach the building?
Yes.
Yes.
You can see that the glass sliding doors do not open to you, most likely because the power is shut off and there's no mechanism to open them. However, you can see that there's sort of a hole wrenched in the metal frame of one of these doors that has shattered the glass of said door. As if someone placed their hands on the inside of both frames and then pulled apart, almost. So you can either slide in through the gap between the doors or step through the broken glass pane. But there is just a big hole either way.
Malcolm's gonna go through the broken glass pane, or the one with the bigger hole.
Yeah, you carefully step inside, and you find yourself in a dark except for sunlight uh, hospital lobby. There's some waiting chairs, and there's a desk that's sort of a half semicircle so that you can step behind it with a couple office chairs. Um, and you can see that there's a hallway that goes to your right, um, and there's just rooms on either side of this hallway. And then to your uh, forward through the lobby, there is an elevator, and then to your right is a staircase, which you can surmise is directly underneath the observation tower.
Before Malcolm does anything, he's gonna kneel down slightly and try to see if there are anything that looks like they were moving. Uh, Pulling on his background as a bit of a hunter and a tracker to try and see if there's been anything too big that shouldn't be in this area.
Hmm. Anything too big that shouldn't be in this area. Please, let me think. Please make a brains check. Uh, Difficulty 10.
Could I have an extra modifier because of my background?
Background modifier. Can you pitch it to me?
He's trying to see if there are any tracks or anything irregular with the ground to see if anything has come through here. From something as small as a mouse to something more humanish or anything bigger. Uh,
Okay.
his reasoning is most creatures would leave some kind of trail, especially in a building that's been abandoned.
You can definitely tell that the floors are covered in a layer of dust that would be easily disturbed. So I'll grant you a +3 on this roll specifically. Not all your brain rolls, just this one for tracking. All right, that's a 14.
15 because brains is a +1.
15. Congratulations. You get real down low to the ground, and you look down both hallways, um, and you can see that there is a set of small footprints leading down this hallway to a door at the end of the hallway, which is marked with a little, iconography for stairs. This one appears to only go down, not up to the rest of the floors.
What do the footprints look like?
Um, they don't look like they're from any sort of uniform. There's no tracks in the footprints. It's just a toe pad and a heel, as if on like sort of, I guess, Velcro shoes. They're not sneakers. They're not they could be a type of sandal perhaps, but they are small. They're like a child size.
Looks like a kid came through here and went down the stairs. But I can't tell how old these tracks are. If we want to go ahead.
So you only see tracks that go downstairs. You don't see anything that goes out or anywhere else.
Pyrrhon?
You can see that if you follow the tracks backwards, um, they do come from the sliding doors where you came in.
They originate here at the sliding doors and then go down to those stairs. I'd say our next point of investigation should be that. Though again, I don't know how old these tracks are.
Well, even if we don't know how old they are, we can certainly assume that whatever or whoever came from this entrance either didn't use this door as an exit or just didn't go out.
Very true. Be on your toes. We don't know what we're going to be facing. Malcom states as he tentatively makes his way to the doors going down.
All
Also,
right.
give me 1 sec. I gotta let the dog out.
Okay. Before you continue, I am going to say we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I will be back real soon. Okay, bye.
All right.
Perfect.
So, guys, how we doing?
Wondrous, absolutely wondrous.
Chilling, playing Magic.
I'm doing fine.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Betson, who's gonna die first? If
I
any.
hope it's Yaruki. I just think it'd be funny. I just think it'd be funny. Sorry. Well, his whole
Yo,
thing is
that's
about
super.
getting injured, so
Oh, crazy.
yeah, he low-key would get killed.
All right, I'm gonna be back for like 5 minutes before I have to let him back in.
All right, no
Talk to you
problem.
then.
Low-key,
Well, we're
low-key
taking a
reading
break right
back
now,
through
so
unrecorded right now.
Wow.
I'm recording.
All right. Who's gonna die in this mission, if anyone does? Who do you think is going off first?
Wow. How samurai of you.
How's Amber? Yeah, man. I don't think.
You become the
No,
samurai
yo,
like that.
keep the kid out of this. Come, yo. This, this is not how.
It's
This
not
is
very.
not the ethical way to do this.
This is not very samurai of you.
This is not very Sugoi Samurai Nihon of you.
Yes, because the power of friendship prevails. It's kill.
It's neutral. Yeah,
Kill
kill.
the fungus.
excuse me.
Yeah, plan murder. We love doing that.
Kill the environment. Kill them. Wait, guys. Has it been confirmed if fungus was a master rule or not?
It has not been confirmed.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
But I doubt it would. Alright, guys.
True. I don't know if I could like fungus, like the concept, cause like that's really cool and all, but like I don't eat mushrooms. I don't like the taste. Oh yeah, cause
That's-
like yeah,
I mean, mushrooms are fine. They're but only in
my
specific
cheese, my cheese,
ways are made.
my cheese. How am I gonna
Cheese.
live without my cheese? I love cheese pizza.
Jeez. I love Meat Lovers Pizza, man. I'm such a carnivore, bro.
Meat lovers is always the best.
That's what's up, you know, ball.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah, killing
I know that
mushrooms
affects
would
like medicines and
medicine,
stuff.
you know, and
Ooh,
well, people won't be getting high off mushrooms anymore. Unfortunate. Is whatever. Donut, I'm gonna find you. Uh, I love my idiot metal son, bro.
he's
He
very
will
silly. He's very silly.
he's very he just wants
Very
to live,
whimsy.
man.
So
Joyful and
whimsical.
whimsical, joy and whimsy. I love
Has not
my
has
robust
he
man.
faced the horrors of the world?
I mean, he's 9th seed, so somewhat.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, he's a 9, i.e. his name's 9. But so what? That's 9, 10, Jack, King, Queen. Damn, he's up there.
And Yaruki is 10.
Yeah, they both seen some horrors already since they're that up in the union.
Oh yeah, wait, Mario.
They're still
Yep.
turtle enemies.
Oh my god.
The
What
mushrooms.
happened to Nintendo?
Sorry, guys, no more Goombas.
Oh my god, look at the Goomba.
They turned the
Luigi.
Goombas into bald heads. It's
They're
just
no
Mr.
longer
Clean
mushrooms.
Head.
No. Instead of fucking mushrooms, they just turn into fucking like fucking no. Oh, fuck. What else? Did it just pasta? they're just they're just pastelings.
This might be the craziest uh UMA neutralization so far. We're erasing an
Oh yeah,
entire
what spaghetti
we're erasing an
spaghetti
entire
kingdom.
line of an entire familia of the tree of life.
Hey man, we don't need it.
Hey, mushroom.
Right, guys? We're gonna set medicine back fucking centuries.
My mushroom.
No penicillin.
We're, we are about to kill so many people.
Unless Mushroom is a master rule.
Yeah, we've been thinking about that. We're not sure if it is or not.
Oh, Tara wants an update on everything since the truck.
Oh, Tara's back.
After the truck? After the truck?
Yeah, there was a truck.
Yes, I was busy. So what happened? Did the truck
Almost committed.
I don't even know.
So after the truck, we went into town. I got separated from the group. Well, 9 got separated from the group. The guys, was mucking about, doing their own thing. 9 met a kid. The kid was like, "Yo, a robot, that's cool." And then went to go tell his mom, and then the entire town was like, let's not go outside." Then we met this one dude, this one old guy at the corner shop. We kind of interrogated him just a little bit, just ask questions, and then we have 3 places of notice. A good old former restaurateur, chef, whatever you want to say. Uh, the old guy who owned the truck, and the hospital where we're now at. Almost committed arson. Don't mind that.
Well, you
And
did. It was just, not burning something down.
Cool, cool.
5
And
minute
using
recap.
using Malcolm's tracking skills, they found out that there are some old footprints going down into the hospital.
Okay. Did y'all even get to the Yuma?
Not yet.
Nope.
Damn. Okay.
Hey,
Well,
I don't want to
maybe,
hear
maybe
it.
not.
At least
I'm
we're
not
in
selling
the
things.
area.
Okay, but
Oh my god,
hey,
I didn't
I
notice
mean,
your message, Jonah. I could have done the Anno on voice. Fuck.
okay, but the Chance gang met Chance at the end of our last session. So hey, come on now, man.
It's only been 3 hours since Max was late.
I mean, that's true. Like, still, man,
What?
Jesus. It's a fucking mushroom, man. Where could it be? It's either already there or underground. And just dig down, motherfuckers.
What if we were the mushrooms all along? What if the mushrooms were the friends we met along the way?
Wait, what if we were already under the mushroom influence? Yo.
True.
And we were just tripping the entire journey.
All right. So, what was the last thing y'all did before calling it quits?
Uh,
Well, they're not calling
we're
it
not
quits.
calling
We
it
were
quits.
calling
They're
it
pausing.
I believe.
I
I just
thought it
went
was over.
to. This is a bathroom break.
Oh, this is a bathroom. I thought y'all were over.
No, I
I
just
have
went
to let my
to.
dog out.
Bathroom break.
Okay.
I went to
okay.
go grab some refreshments. I have 2 blood orange mochi ice cream pockets from the
Oh,
freezer.
Okay, sure. Do your shit,
Very
kid.
specific, sounds very tasty. I want one. Man.
Do you have Trader Joe's where you live?
No, we live in a third world country. We do.
Yeah.
what
We
is ha-
do have our
what does
equivalent.
half this
We do
server
have
live
our
in a
equivalent
third
of
world
a Costco,
country?
though.
American man realizes America isn't the only place where people live in this planet.
What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
to be
We
fair,
do
All
most
have
to be fair,
the
at the moment,
equivalent of a
most other
Costco.
countries also consider America a third world country.
I
America is the
mean,
richest third world
look,
country in the world.
as somebody from a third world country, I don't think anybody considers the United States a third world country. We consider y'all stupid, but not a third world country.
Don't worry, so do we.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on who you ask.
I mean,
we do have like Costco Light where we at.
all right, Pyrrhon, but I do have to ask a question, man.
Yeah, what's up?
When is the Fungus Gang going to a fucking Pizza Hut? When
Wait,
is
the
Pizza
fun
Hut?
gang,
When
yo,
is
yo.
Pizza Hut, Pyrrhon?
I have a feeling that by the time they get to a Pizza Hut, there will already be no mushrooms on the menu.
No, no, you can't do this to me.
Imagine they go to Pizza Hut and they grab a pizza and it has mushrooms and Fungus just kills people with with mushroom pizza.
Yuma Fungus jumps out of the pizza.
Yeah, the pizza
It
eats
was
you.
completely unrelated to the whole village investigation.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully the entire union can go to Pizza Hut at the end of this campaign.
We're the fun gang, guys. It's peak. It's peak. We are the fun gang.
Sure. Sure, man. Why not?
I won't stop you from calling yourself that.
We're pretty fun.
I refuse.
Guys, yo, elite ball, donut, elite ball, cook.
Fun fact about that image of Thanos: we're about to find out what he was cooking. They're releasing a Marvel cookbook, and Thanos' soup is one of the
They're
menus
fucking
on
what?
one of the items on the menu. So whenever that releases, we'll find out what he was cooking.
They're what?
Yeah.
Marvel just be doing anything, bruh. Multi-billion-dollar company, by the way.
All right, I'm ready to keep going.
Ready
Taking
when
us
you
to
are.
Roll call.
Nyne.
Nyne is here.
King's here.
Nyne. What's up, Aishi?
Malcom is here.
Cheese it.
Sweet. All right, that's everybody. What is this?
Chance the Rapper, who might be. Is it not Yuma Chance the Rapper? Are we, this is
Uma
just the latest.
chance. Uma chance is not actually just about the term chance. It's literally just Chance the Rapper just appears.
It just
We
Chance
did
the Rapper.
discuss. We did discuss how he was originally gonna be just a surfer guy called Chance.
True. That is true, but I just imagine fucking Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil. But just like, if you guys want to make it out of this casino, you gotta spit some sick lyrics. Are you making that?
She is basically just Lady D, but like built out of insect carapace, I guess.
There's somebody
I'm
into
taking that
that.
down. I'm taking that. I'm taking that down. I'm taking
Hey,
that.
this is it'll test how
And
much of a
she
freak I
doesn't
am.
have a face. Her face is a flat porcelain mask.
Don't need that. Don't need that anymore.
What?
I don't need that. That's supposed to put me off.
And she's got a big hat, which
Stop
is
me.
my particular point of description is big hat.
If Undead Unluck has taught us something, is that hats are the best thing a character design could have. Just give it a fucking.
Who is gonna stop me?
Does it look like a roulette table? Or
Yeah.
Shit,
roulette
it
wheel?
should have. That would have been cool.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Nexus is apparently doing the designs, so I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Just give Nexus the appropriate instructions, and
I
hey,
mean, if Nexus wants to.
peek comes out. You're gonna have to read Nambaka though. You're gonna have to read Nambaka.
Shit, that is true.
Yeah.
Nexus, hit me up later and tell me how many chapters you want me to read for fan art of my characters, I guess. We could talk about that later.
Wait, does if Uma Chance throws it back, does it just make dice noises or nah?
Hey, y'all listening, but you're not understanding what he's saying.
Listen, hey, you guys seeing what I'm putting down? You see what I'm putting down?
All right, let's y'all can go back to your shit. I'm gonna shut
Okay,
up.
let's continue.
All right.
I will set the spooky tone. It is dark
Woo.
and there's dust everywhere. Ooh, and there's a trail of footprints leading into the dark.
Hey, Nyne, do you have a flashlight function?
I actually do.
It comes out of
It's in
your
my eye.
eyes. Oh, wait, really?
Yes. So after blink.
Your mic is screwed again. I'm sorry. You need to reset that thing.
We're good. We're good now. We're cool. Cool.
Cool.
You're just really quiet. Try again?
Am I good now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, muting.
After a long deep blink, a click rang out from Nyne, and then beams of light pierced through the darkness before adjusting itself into a wide field of vision.
You light up the end of the hallway, sort of like a. The two beams intersect almost like car headlights, and give two different angles of light on the thing you're looking at, which is simply the end of the hallway. You don't see anything moving or anything strange. It's just the stairwell at the end of the hallway.
Let's start moving down. Be careful and keep your eyes out.
Onward!
There
You
goes
Right.
any sense of stealth.
you confidently make your way towards the stairwell. You open the door, it's not locked or anything, and you make your way down. It's even darker down here because there's no windows. So you're relying entirely on the light from Nyne's eyes. And you turn the corner at the only basement floor. And you instantly notice that things are a bit different here. There's the air looks a bit different as you shine light through it, almost as if it is thick. Not like fog, but like, you know, how if you shine a light through a piece of glass, it looks, it sort of occludes it a bit and it makes the light fuzzy. Sort of like that, but through all of the air in the hallway.
I'm regret to inform. I regret to inform you. I don't think uh the hallways are supposed to look like this.
They're not. Either this is a lot of dust or UMA Fungus really is here.
We maybe try to set fire to whatever is, obstructing the air.
There's a
Well,
small
it might.
problem with that.
Yes.
Depending on how much dust is up the floor, it could burn even
Yeah.
hotter.
Yes, that's a risk.
However, I don't think we have much of a choice. Try to keep it as controlled as possible. As Malcom is saying that, he removes his jacket, allowing him to get more contact between his skin and the air. If the fire goes out of control, I'll stop it with my negation.
All right.
Uh, uh-oh. As you open the door, you can hear, faintly at the end of the hall, so all the way at the back of the hospital from where you're standing, so which is on the left side of where you would be when you opened the door on the first floor, so about underneath the far end, you hear very faintly what sounds like a child crying.
Well, that's not ominous at all.
Just sobbing.
Stand by. This could very well be a trap, but it's important to make sure that if any civilian is here, they're safe.
Affirmative. Activating high beams. As he said this, his eyes grow a bit brighter, just to give more leeway through the dark.
Uh, Malcolm's gonna keep his jacket off as he applies unheat to the exposed skin, beginning to freeze the air around his arms, almost like it's an ice armor.
As you walk through the air with your unheat activated, you can see that particles sort of freeze out of the air as they come into contact with you. And you sort of leave a clearer wake of air behind you before it slowly fills in with particles again. So you are not doing much, putting much of a dent in it, but where you walk, it does uh, freeze and congeal almost the floating miasma.
Keep your masks on tight. Make sure they don't even slip. Nyne, are you able to scan this stuff?
I'll give it a try. The high beams, one of the high beams, turned an odd shade of green and began sweeping up and down the room.
While that's
Mhm.
happening, they're slowly making their way down the hall towards the sobbing kid.
Yeah, you're you're able to see part of the miasma, I suppose. You don't have a very strong microscopic lens. You would need some additional equipment to manage that. But from what you can see with the naked robotic eye, um, is that this is certainly some kind of mold spore. It's exactly what you think it is.
Uh,
It's probably not good to inhale, but you can't tell anything about it is malicious. It just seems like it's an airborne mold spore.
No, so I'm finished here, but there's no apparent indication that this is UMA fungus, but this is a mold spore. I can't tell if it's dangerous or not, but it wouldn't be too out of hand to keep your mask on, just to stay safe.
Never underestimate anything that comes from an UMA, even if it seems like it won't be attacking us anytime soon.
Uh, you keep your masks on tight and pass each room. There's starting from the stairwell B101 and 102 on opposite sides, all the way down to the end, where you see B127 and B128. Uh, and um, it is the door of B128 that is slightly ajar, through which you see a green glow and hear the sound of a crying child.
Uh, Malcolm's gonna look through the door to where the green glow is coming from.
Inside this hospital room, oh, I forgot to mention, you do also pass the elevator on your way through. It's sort of halfway in the hallway, uh, just to keep us grounded in the right spot. Inside, you sort of open the door a bit. Um, there is no bed. Um, the There's no stretcher or bed here where there normally would be. Uh, Otherwise, along the walls are the normal cabinets and shelves you'd likely see in a. You're not sure if this was a hospital room or more likely a doctor's office. Um, but at the center of the room, in the floor, is a pit. Uh, Looks to be a couple meters deep. Uh, at least a meter around, if not more like 2 meters around. Uh, Pretty big, sizable pit, deep into the bedrock, out of which is growing uh, a dense carpet of lichen that grows up out of the pit and coats the ground. Kneeling upon this carpet of lichen is a young girl who is sobbing into her palms at the lip of this hole in the ground. before she hears the door opening and gasps and sort of cowers away from you, and but you could hear her uh crying a name, and she's crying brother over and over again, and then she says, seeing you enter the room, sort of it inches away from you and says, "Who are you? Uh, who who are you?"
We're members of the Union. What's going on here? Why are you in this hospital?
The what? Uh, I. This is. Uh, uh. It happened. It was. Uh, 3 years ago. They said my brother was going to get better. They said he was going to get better. And then and then he went away, and no one said anything since. So I was going to go find him, and this is where he was, and he's gone.
Do you know why all this stuff is on the floor and in the air?
What stuff? The Oh, I don't know. It was here. I found it here.
Do you want to go
Who
back to
Maybe
town?
I It's dark. I don't know how to get out. I just want
Oh,
my brother back. Please, please help me find my brother.
don't worry. We will help you find your brother, and we'll get you out of here. Promise.
I think we
Okay.
should do something
Um,
about that. Oh,
she
sorry.
stands up. She's, you know, probably maybe up to your waist height. Uh, like 5 years old. Wearing a sort of dress overalls combo uh thing. And she's wearing the shoes that fit the tracks you found. Um, and uh, she sort of steps towards you tentatively and then grabs your hand and looks down at the ground very, very shamefully. You uh you seem nice. Um, Mama says not to talk to strangers, but you seem okay. My name is Kino.
You know, I'm Nyne, like the number, but with a Y. Yeah,
With a Y?
and
Nyne?
yeah,
Okay,
it,
Nyne.
it it's not it's nine. Sure, whatever.
Well, it would be probably. Should we burn it? That probably would get rid of this, but. But what
Uh,
about.
she hears you mention burning it, and she says, "No, no, no. This is where my brother was. It's it's the only thing. What if this is all he left behind?
A bunch of
How will I
moss?
find him then?"
I think I we should just keep looking around. Yeah.
Yeah,
O-
probably would be the best option.
Okay.
Instead of burning it, we could maybe, well, you could use some heat to try to freeze it.
Good
I
point.
mean, if you burn it, everything is, well, it may spread or everything may be destroyed, but if you freeze it, you you're essentially destroying the carpet and anything malicious that could happen without damaging the building or his brother, her brother.
Malcolm would kneel next to the carpet lichen and carefully place his hand against it before applying unheat to both his hand and his upper arm.
Uh, sorry, explain that again.
Uh, Malcolm's going to remove his ice layer and then place his hand onto the lichen and freeze the stuff that's touching his hand and a partial part of his arm.
All right. You press your hands into it, and it feels a little gooey, and sort of presses down with your hands, and you begin to freeze it, and it spreads throughout the carpet and into the pit, and the glowing green starts to die out, and you are left with only the light from Nyne again.
Stare down into the hole, Nyne. What's down there?
Staring. He peered over into the hole, letting his light shine into it.
Uh, are you just looking with lights, or is there something else you'd like to do?
I'm just looking in with the lights, just with the high beam, just staring into the hole, just to see what I'm looking with here.
You look down into the pit, and you see a bunch more of the frozen mold carpet. Uh, and you know, it seems to have. You're not sure if it's dead or not, but it's definitely frozen. Though you have heard that organisms like these are quite resilient and can just wait until they thaw out. So you're not really sure if it's dead or not. Could you please roll me a brains check, difficulty 12?
Oh boy.
Aaron, Malcolm would, while Nine's peering in, would like to use a scope to see if he can spot where that green light was.
Yeah, go for it.
Do I need to roll a brains check?
Nope. It didn't have a. You could tell this just from entering the room. Uh, it did not have a. Um. What am I calling it? Like a point where the light all came from. It's just sort of that the carpet just sort of glowed. It was bioluminescent of a pale green. And that has mostly dimmed as you have frozen it.
All right. Well, well, this might have stalled it. I think I still want to go up the observation tower and scope out the place.
All right. Do you take the stairs back up to the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. Kino keeps a tight hand on Nyne, and as she realizes that the stairs are right here, she says, "Oh, uh, it was just really dark. I couldn't see anything. Uh, and she will follow you up the stairs."
It's fine. Uh, Humans are not really equipped to see in the dark by themselves, so you're fine. It's fine.
Once they get back up to the first floor, Malcolm's going to start heading towards the observation tower, looking at the other three in Kino. You guys can wait here. I want to scope out the top.
All right. Be careful.
All
I
right,
think one of
you,
us should go with Malcolm in case something happens.
the two of you are going up.
Well, I shall accompany him.
Okay. You climb up 3 flights of stairs, and you emerge on the 4th floor, which is just the little observation tower. And you can see in all directions, and you can see that the sun is setting. It's almost twilight hour.
Before we lose any light.
And you can see pretty much everything you could see from the other vantage point, but from 180 degrees around, so you can see the back side of all the other buildings you were looking at. You also notice that all of the houses still have their windows all shut. And most of them don't have lights on, except for the motel with the cafe with the soba noodles, which has quite bright lights on that are now illuminating most of the street outside.
Malcolm's gonna use a scope to investigate the Miami house as well as the bed and breakfast area.
The Miami house is on the left side of the valley, I suppose, and the hospital is on the mountain on the right side, so you would have a direct view into all of the windows on the upper side of on the upper floor of the house into like the bedrooms. Um, this house also has its shutters closed, but they're not like airtight, so you can't see like objects, but if someone were to move behind it, you would notice. You would notice motion, but not any specific things.
Is there any motion?
At the moment, no.
All right, and continue.
I was just gonna say, you could wait longer, but you are losing daylight, and your scope is going to help you less and less in the dark.
All right. Malcolm's then going to quickly move to the motel, wanting to see if he can see into the kitchens from this angle.
You can see into the kitchen. The kitchen is a little one-room kitchen. There's a counter with that you can barely see on the other side of the counter is where you would sit. So it seems it's just a little bar counter to eat at. And you can't get a good sight on her, but you can definitely see the chef that you heard was mentioned is moving around and working. You see pots of noodles get moved from one spot to another and bowls being prepared. And yeah, you can really only see a small sliver of the kitchen. You can't see if there's anyone sitting there or not.
Can I see any of the ingredients that are going into it or anything
That
like
is
that?
way much detail, even for a
Okay,
scope of this
fair enough.
caliber. You cannot zoom in that far, unfortunately.
I can't see anything that well. At most, we'll have to head to the motel and probably tell the security guard that we found a little kid.
We might also hurry. We don't know how many time has passed since, well, he went to alert the authorities. I know this is a rural town and, well, they usually take some time to arriving here. But since it's already, well, noon, some time must have passed since we entered this building.
Let's get going and meet back with the team on the bottom. I'm also a bit worried about the girl because of how close she was to that mold spore, that lichen.
What you call it? Mold? A mold? Spore?
We're still at the very top.
Oh, right. Okay, you're still at the top.
He's musing that they have to be worried about the amount of mold spores that she was in, along with
Inhaling?
being, yeah,
Okay.
and being on top of the lichen directly.
All right. Downstairs, Nyne and uh uh Nyne and is Yaruki downstairs? Nyne and Yaruki uh and
Kino.
Kino. What are you doing?
Um, Currently, I'm I'm just trying to comfort and reassure Kino that things will turn out for the positive. That we most likely will find her brother and uh put them back together.
She seems very uplifted at this, and she is holding your hand even tighter now, and is even looking you in the eyes. And she only just now seemed to realize that, that you aren't exactly like other people. But she's not exactly sure if you aren't human or just aren't from here. So she's sort of studying you. Who knows? Maybe there are robot people in other parts of Japan.
He idly looks around. He's like, is there something on my face?
Uh, uh, no. Uh, why are you glowy?
Oh, I'm not exactly like other people. I'm a bit different.
Hmm. Different is okay. Can I have glowy eyes like Mr. Nyne when I grow up?
Jesus fuck.
Holy shit.
He became full robo.
He went full robot.
Oh, my bad. I don't know what happened there. Like,
Say that again?
I said my bad. I don't know what happened there.
No, what you were trying to say in character.
Um, sure. I guess theoretically.
She looks at you with a determined look and says, "Okay." Uh,
These are
and
kids,
this is
huh?
about uh, when Malcom and Rutley come back down the stairs.
I couldn't get any clear signs. We should head to the motel, but all the shutters are still closed, and I didn't see any light behind any of them.
Uh, and I will let you know that we are going to be finding uh, a stopping point soonish. We're not going to go for that much longer.
Hey, Kino, you hungry?
Yeah. I haven't eaten in a long time.
How long
Like,
have you been down here?
uh, it took from uh, well, I got lost climbing up, and then I got lost on the second floor, and then I got lost in the basement. I I think I saw the sunrise.
Full day? A full day?
I took snacks. I took snacks in my backpack. Oh, my backpack. Oh no, where's my backpack? You can see that she definitely is not carrying a bag of any kind.
Don't worry about it. We'll get you something to eat, and when the sun comes up, we'll go find it.
Oh, okay, Mr. Nyne. You're really nice.
I would like to space. Is there anything about the girl's posture that makes it look like she's lying or just off in any way? This
Make
is
me a charm.
peaked.
Make me a charm check. Difficulty 11.
This is peaked Malcolm's cautiousness and suspicion.
Rough.
God damn it!
Unfortunate.
Just one off of a burst.
I also have a question to ask.
Yes.
I don't remember it very well, but don't we still have the 10 gallons of vinegar?
Yeah. Nyne is wearing it on his back.
I mean, we could use it on, to, well, at least get rid of anything she breathed or
Are you
got
gonna
infected
douse
with.
this girl in vinegar?
That'll just make us more
I would.
suspicious.
You
But,
might actually get arrested. I've made it.
I mean,
I have done
she
my
was
best
like
to
a
make
whole
sure that
day.
doesn't happen.
To be fair, throwing the vinegar on her and not letting her consume it is the wrong way to go about this. If the spores are in her,
we should get going back to the main town.
Yeah, so you realize as you exit the as you climb down that the gate is open and the officer is down there um and he has with a pair of bolt cutters completely cut open the gate to and has it looks like he's just finished cutting it open and was about to start climbing up when he sees you all climbing down and he shouts at you and he says excuse me, he says, "What are you all doing? Uh, I I might lose my job because I let you up there. Come down
We
this
found a kid
instant."
in the basement of the hospital.
What? Oh my god.
Malcolm points at Kino.
Is that little Keto? Oh, I might not lose my job. Hey, we've been looking for you. It's been
For how long?
It's been 2 days. Uh, we'll go inform your mother right away.
There was a lot of mold and lichen down there.
I bet it's been abandoned for 5 years. It's all sorts of nasty things probably grow down there. Brain-eating amoebas in the water. This is why I told you not to go up there. It's dangerous.
Yes, so it'd be good that she gets to her mother. But a hospital would be most important as well, but that'll take a while.
I'll see what we can do. My phone hasn't been working since you went up. I don't even know what to. I'll have to see if someone else can help.
Uh,
You should go. We should go see your mother, Kino. And she recoils at his outstretched hand and says, "No, you're Officer Meanie. I don't like you. You're mean." And hides behind Nyne.
Nyne, go with. Let's go drop the kid off with her mom, and let's go to the bed and breakfast.
The officer hears this and says, "Oh, well, you're in luck. Uh, her mother runs the motel. It's just down the street that way." And he points you to 2 blocks down where it is.
Wait,
I see.
wait. Does her mother runs the motel, right? And
Yes.
she hasn't noticed her daughter missing for 2 days?
Uh, he will explain to you. We we searched the whole town, but we had no idea she had gone up there. There was no tampering with the fence. She couldn't have gotten in. I don't know how. How did you get in there? Uh, and he explains how they um cased the whole town, searched every house, got all the adults to look around, all the able-bodied adults, and they could not find her. And that they had a couple officers from the next town over do a search uh, of the forest, and that they had a larger group coming, but that they were not scheduled to arrive for another day or so, because being this far out from a large city means that they are less prioritized for helpful services, police, especially a search and rescue operation.
But
So
I'm
they were just now getting desperate and were worried that they were never going to find her.
I'm a little confused. So you say you searched the entire town and didn't find anything, right?
That that's right. Uh, we couldn't find her. Ugh. Why did you
Oh,
run off? He scolds Kino, and she ducks behind Nyne again
She
and
said
pouts.
she was looking for her brother. Said he disappeared in the hospital.
Uh, a look of recognition um immediately dawns over his face. Um, and he says, "Oh, I I suppose that explains things. I don't know enough about it. You'll want to ask her mother."
yes,
Got it.
that.
Well, we were heading there anyway.
All right, onward. But as Nine walks forward, he he looks back at the officer, shooting him a mild, nasty glare. He wasn't really sure why he did it. He just knew it felt right to do.
Uh, he uh, he looks a little rattled and sort of shakes himself off. Ugh, ugh. Weird people. So many strange visitors. Don't like him. He's gonna go back to his booth. And it's at this point you are right outside the motel and the cafe.
Let's go. Malcolm's gonna disassemble and store his rifle.
And so you do.
Now let's go.
Before night, he removes the large canister of vinegar that's on his back and safely places it by the door before he entered.
You swing the door open, um, and you find yourself in you know, the front area of an old design Japanese home where you would typically place your shoes before stepping up into the house. Except there's also a little desk with a lamp and what looks like a chart for writing names down and a rack of keys. Um, to the right, you can see that there's a hallway with rooms, and to the left, you can see a sort of an empty doorway with a curtain that leads into the little cafe dining room with the soba special advertised on a chalkboard, sort of propped up outside the doorway. Um, Someone definitely heard you open the door. Um, Someone's not really running, but walking fast towards your uh, location. And someone rounds the corner, and you can see it's a older woman, maybe in her 50s, um, 40s actually, wearing uh, not a fancy yukata, but a pretty like normal, uh, folded in the front, uh, band around the waist, wearing a plain white handkerchief around her hair, which is tied back, and she very quickly kneels down at the floor, um, uh, and does a little courteous bow and says, without looking down at the floor first before looking up at you, she says, "Welcome to our establishment." And then she looks up and sees, uh, sort of peeking out at her from behind Nyne, is Kino, and she gasps, "Oh, oh, oh, Kino!" And she stumbles forward down into the area for shoes and grasps her in both arms and clutches her tight to her chest. "Oh, oh, where have you been? Oh, we looked everywhere. Oh, oh, please never do this again. Never scare me like this again." Uh, and she looks up at you, and she's got thin oval glasses and wrinkles underneath her eyes, and gets up from the floor and says, "Did you find her? Oh, thank you, thank you."
She was in the abandoned hospital. She
What?
probably needs a
That place
very
is
secured
that place
watch.
is condemned. It's Why did you go there? And um, Kino looks up at her mom and says, "I I was just looking for my big brother." And her mother says, "Oh, Kino, we talked about this. I'm so sorry. You must be so tired. Have you had anything to eat? Uh, why don't you go to your room and I'll have dinner fixed up for you. Uh, Thank you so much, uh, for bringing her back." And Kino steps up back into the house and sort of waves goodbye at you and ducks into the first room on the left.
Well, there's going. Well, bleh. I messed up what I was gonna say. Well, there goes getting a room. What's the special?
You look at the chalkboard. It looks like it's a grilled eel pairing, which is in season at the time. You assume. It's made with some sort of special secret sauce that is not listed. It's whatever the chef has made.
You guys can order something if you guys want to.
The hostess shakes your hands, like clasped in both of her hands, up and down, and bows at the same time, and says, "Oh, thank you for bringing her back. I, please, if there's anything I can do for you."
We do need some rooms. And
Rooms and dinner on the house, of course. All on me. I'll anything for you. Thank you.
and I'd like to meet the chef.
Oh, of course. Uh, uh, yes, she's right back there, and she gestures towards the restaurant.
And she was in a carpet of lichen. You might want to make sure she scrubs down really well.
Of course, yes. I'll make sure she has a bath. Do you continue?
I'm gonna head to the restaurant just in case. This entire situation has completely thrown Malcom off, as he's used to the more animalistic UMA.
You enter sort of through the cloth curtain, and you see that there's a bar with little booth seats and stools, and it seems to be the kind of place where there's not really a menu. You just sit down and you are served the food that is being served today. And today it looks like um it's the soba noodles, with or without the grilled eel if you want to pay for it. And then there's a couple different sides of uh pickles, a pickled daikon, and there's a shrimp tempura side dish. Do you sit down?
Yeah.
Um, you sit down, which gives you a view into the kitchen from across the bar seat. And you're in a little divided section, so you don't have to sit with anyone else if you don't want to. And you can tell that there are a couple other patrons here, but none of them seem to bother with you. And you see rushing back and forth is a young woman, perhaps 30, maybe, but more likely in her 20s, older 20s. Hair tied all the way back tight with a hairnet, um, wearing a French style, uh, one of those kitchen like coats that's buttoned all the way up, that you see in like Ratatouille, I guess. Um, and an apron that covers her legs, and she is plating bowls of noodles and finishes up what she's doing, washes her hands, and then she stops at your seat, sort of ducks her head through the curtained window into the kitchen, and says, "Just one."
Uh, um, it's been a long day. I'm more along the lines of trying to know what's in the sauce just before I decide if I want something to eat.
Ha! Yeah, right. I'm not telling you shit. You're either ordering or you're leaving. You think I can make a single buck if I tell people how I make my specialty?
Hmm, fair enough. Then I'll be heading out now. Sorry to waste your time.
Fine. She slams a kitchen knife into the bar where your hand was and says, "See what I care." And you can see it digs deep into the bar, like a full inch and a half into the wood, and she uh sort of stomps back into the kitchen.
Crazy. He mutters that under his breath, but what he means is there are just crazy humans out there. He doesn't think she's fungus.
All right. Do you all book rooms for the night?
Ah, actually, we book rooms, but before go in, I want Nine goes to go check on Kino again for the night.
You find the room she went in, and this room is not numbered. Um, this room and the room next door seem to be permanent fixtures, not motel rooms for guests. Um, and the one she has, do you knock on the door?
Yeah, I give it a light knock.
Uh, Kino opens the door, and then gasps, and she says, "Oh, Mr. Nyne! Hi there! Hello, Mom says I'm supposed to be getting ready for bed."
It's nice. Yeah, I'm just passing by. Just want to make sure you're okay. You've been there. You've been down in that hospital for a pretty long time. I don't think it was all too very healthy for you. So I'm just checking
Uh,
up and making sure.
and you look into her eyes, uh, and she definitely coughs a bit while you do so. Um, and you can see that her eyes look a little bloodshot. Um, and she's sort of losing a bit of color from her cheeks.
Are you doing all right? Don't really look all too well.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just tired. Thank you.
Sure, you can tell me if anything's wrong. Um, I'm here to help.
I uh I feel okay. Uh, but maybe tomorrow?
You say so. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, okay? Take care.
Do you all retire to your rooms?
Yeah, Malcolm made sure to get a room on the second floor and is basically holding his his scope to the window, trying to see if he can get anything with the last scraps of light.
You do a scan of the street outside your window. You can't see much. There's no one outside anymore. You can see that the old man running the corner store is closing up for the night.
Anything from the Miyami residence? Are we in a
Nope.
position?
That house is dark completely. Nothing has moved there since earlier today.
Malcolm is gonna try to send a message through his personal iPad, see if he can get in contact with the main Union hub.
You send out a message, do you send an email or a text? What do you do?
It's gonna be a text message of, "Can we communicate this way? Anyone
Yeah.
hear me?"
So you send a text out to the main handler channel, who would be in charge of distributing messages around. Just sort of a check, and instead of the normal like sent notification, you see that the message loads for like 10 seconds and then fails to send.
Still no contact. He'll turn on his walkie-talkie and say, "Keep an eye out. We never know when this UMA's gonna attack. Just because it hasn't so far doesn't mean it won't."
Bradley answers, says, "Copy that. I shall be aware or try to be awake during the entire night in case something happens."
I can keep watch for the night. I don't actually really need to sleep.
That'll be a good idea. Also, how's Kino?
She, it's complicated. She doesn't look too right, but she says she's fine.
She's
But
trying to play it tough. We need to get in contact with the Union if we want any fast help, but I still can't get in contact with them.
I'm gonna stay outside her room. I'll make some patrols every so often, but I won't be in my room for the night.
Alright, and if anything happens, send a message to the Rocky Talkies and try to get in contact with HQ as well.
All right, I'll keep trying every so often.
Is that all for the night?
Yeah, Malcolm's going to relax but not go to sleep and have his gun ready at when he needs it in case he needs it.
All right. You all go to bed, except for Nyne, of course, and have restless or restful sleep, depending on your attitude towards the situation. Um, and the night is mostly uneventful. Nyne patrols a bit. Nothing seems to change. Um, there's no noticeable difference in the air. Can't sense any fungal infection. Uh, at some point during the night, the hostess comes to deliver a simple broth and bread dinner from her own kitchen to anyone who wants it. Um, and then after that, there is sleep. And in the morning, that is all that happened that you remember. Of course, what happened that you don't remember is this. all three of you who slept, each of you does not remember the crawling sensation under your eyes as you dreamt, and the voice that screamed and whispered to you,
Fuck
"It's
you.
already too late.
Fuck
It's
you, Pyrrhon.
already too late." And that is where we will end part 1 of the
Fuck you,
fungus
Pyrrhon.
arc.
The fungus is among us.
The fungus is among us.
You did this to me. There's no way. There's no way you did this to me. Oh my god.
Well, looks like
to be
Greg's
clear,
the only one that's
this
gonna survive.
happened, and you do not remember it. So don't wake up and say, "Oh my god, this thing that happened, it has left your memory."
No, it's
Fucking false Hydra looking motherfucker.
not
It's not a false Hydra, it's different.
I know.
they got you guys, not me. I'm a robot. I'm cool.
They got you guys. Do you know what those checks I asked you to make were about early on?
Resisting the fungus going into our eyes.
Or not.
Kinda. Maybe not. Well, we will have to see what happens next time. Because I am tired.
They
And I have
got
to write a
y'all.
fucking essay tomorrow. And it's due at 2 p.m. So
Good job.
Insane.
Ugh.
All right, guys. Good session. Any final message for the YouTube audience, Pyrrhon?
To anyone who takes the time to view or leave a comment or even like, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Good night.
Next time.
Goodbye.
Good night,
Onward!
everybody.
Night night.